counterattack from the flanks, catching the Umayyad troops off guard. It was a stroke of brilliance that turned the tide of the battle. The Umayyad troops, disoriented and demoralized, found themselves facing defeat. Their grand ambitions of conquering Western Europe shattered before their eyes. The Frankish kingdom had stood strong, and their victory at the Battle of Tours became a legendary tale, resonating through the ages. While the Umayyad presence in the Iberian Peninsula continued, this battle halted their further expansion into Western Europe. It was a battle that showed the power of determination, strategy, and the will to defend one's homeland.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
Robert Oppenheimer, a man of brilliance and ambition, who forever changed the course of history. But was he a hero or a villain? Born in 1904, Oppenheimer's intellect and curiosity were evident from an early age. He graduated from Harvard and pursued his PhD at the University of Göttingen in Germany, where he began to delve into quantum mechanics. However, World War II brought a profound shift in Oppenheimer's life. Recruited as the scientific leader of the Manhattan Project, he was tasked with developing the atomic bomb. After the years of secrecy and research, the project culminated in the successful test of the first atomic bomb in the New Mexico desert. Impact was 4 times as much as had been predicted by most at Los Alamos. The explosion carrying more power than 20,000 tons of TNT and visible for more than 200 miles. The world's first atomic bomb had been detonated. It was a moment of both triumph and horror, as Oppenheimer famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
After the successful test, President Truman authorized use of the atomic bomb anytime after August 3, 1945. On the clear morning of August 6, the first atomic bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, was dropped on the city of Hiroshima. Leveling over 60% of the city, 70,000 residents died instantaneously in a searing flash of heat. In the post-war era, Oppenheimer's involvement with leftist organizations and his stance against the development of the hydrogen bomb raised suspicion. He faced scrutiny during the Red Scare and was accused of being sympathetic to communist ideologies. Despite his contributions to science and the war effort, Oppenheimer's security clearance was revoked in 1954, tarnishing his reputation and leading to decades of controversy. Nearly 70 years after having his security clearance revoked, this controversial decision is now nullified. He finally received some form of justice. So, was Robert Oppenheimer a hero or a villain? The answer is not simple. His scientific achievements were monumental, laying the foundation for modern physics.
Everyone loves a chance to dance. Even mob dance parties that just pop up on the streets are seen as fun and entertaining. But what if you were struck with a disease that left you dancing unwillingly for days? That is what happened in 1518. Let's dive into the dancing plague of 1518 and what happened during those 2 months. The first case was in July 1518. Frau Trophy stepped into the streets of her town in Strasbourg, a free city within the Holy Roman Empire, now a part of France. She began to dance, seeming unable to stop dancing no matter what others did around her. There was no music or noise, but she twisted, twirled, and shook her body. Eventually, she collapsed due to exhaustion. But once she rested, the frenzied activity began again. It was nearly a week before she stopped, but that was the beginning of the dancing plague of 1518. This phenomenon continued for days, but Frau Trophy was not the only one affected. Within a week, more than 30 people were also actively dancing to exhaustion before beginning the process all over again. These people kept dancing and moving frantically, often to the point of injury. The increasing number of dancers alarmed city officials, who were not sure what was causing all of this frantic activity. Local physicians blamed the dancing plague on hot blood, which meant that they thought the increasing activity would eventually end the plague altogether. Civic and religious leaders thought more dancing would be the solution, causing them to reach exhaustion even faster. So these leaders arranged for guild halls to be opened up and allow the dancers to gather, with musicians playing and professional dancers helping those afflicted to keep dancing. Rather than alleviating the 1518 dancing plague, efforts worsened it. The affliction spread to approximately 400 people, with numerous fatalities resulting from continuous dancing causing heart attacks and strokes. The cause of this mysterious dancing plague of 1518 was never discovered, although many theories abound based on historical and medical evidence. Historians point to the religious belief that Saint Vitus, a Catholic saint, could curse people with this dancing plague. Historian John Waller cited the series of famines, and the increased presence of smallpox and syphilis were the overwhelming stressors in 1518. Europeans also struggled to keep their families healthy and well cared for, but the resources were limited. It is also believed that the Saint Vitus superstition could have triggered a stress-induced hysteria. Those who had epilepsy and didn't appease Saint Vitus were punished by being forced to dance. There is also a medical theory that ergot, a toxic mold found on damp rye, can produce spasms and hallucinations. Scientific evidence for the cause of the 1518 dancing plague is scarce, but advances in medical science since then might provide an explanation for this unusual disease. The Saint Vitus dance, known as Sydenham-chorea, is a neurological disorder. Sydenham-chorea is caused by an infection by the bacteria A. streptococcus. As research on the brain deepens, potential causes of Sydenham-chorea, such as malfunctioning basal ganglia and cerebral cortex changes, are being revealed. This dancing plague of 1518 in Strasbourg stemmed from physical and mental issues. Though the disease persists, we now have better tools to tackle its challenges in the 21st century.
Welcome, friends. In the heart of the medieval Middle East, a secret known as Hashisheen emerged, striking fear into the hearts of rulers and leaving a trail of mystery and intrigue. Join us as we dive into the sensational story of the Hashisheen, uncovering their tactics, motives, and the legends that surround them. Our journey begins in the 11th century, amidst the bustling cities of the Islamic world. The Hashisheen, a faction of skilled assassins, pledged loyalty to their enigmatic leader, Hassan as-Sabah. Hassan as-Sabah, a charismatic figure, is said to have recruited his followers with the promise of paradise in the afterlife through the consumption of hashish. Hashish, a potent substance derived from cannabis, was believed to induce visions and create a link between the earthly realm and the divine. The Hashisheen were known for their unique tactics. Concealing daggers within their robes, they infiltrated the courts of their enemies. Their targets were often political figures or high-ranking officials who opposed their ideology. Their ruthless efficiency struck fear into the hearts of rulers, leading to a wave of paranoia. Hassan as-Sabra's stronghold, the Alamat Castle, perched high in the mountains, became the center of their operations. Its impregnability added to the mystique of the Hashisheen. Legends grew around the Hashisheen's training methods. It was said that new recruits underwent rigorous mental and physical tests, creating fearless agents of death. The term assassin itself is believed to be derived from Hashisheen, meaning users of hashish. Some tales even claim that Hassan as-Sabah had a hidden garden, known as the Garden of Earthly Delights, where he would showcase visions of paradise to the drugged assassins. As the political landscape shifted and empires clashed, the power of the Hashisheen waned. Their dramatic and brutal methods caught up with them, and their enemies grew more organized in their efforts to eliminate them. Today, the legacy of the Hashisheen lives on in pop culture, inspiring countless books, movies, and video games. The Hashisheen story remains a captivating and enigmatic chapter in history, showcasing the intricate web of power, loyalty, and the human pursuit of something beyond the mundane. The echoes of their deeds continue to resonate, reminding us of the allure of secrets and the thin line between reality and legend. The story of the laziest and the most incompetent Ottoman Sultan that often comes to mind is that of Sultan Selim II, nicknamed Selim the Drunkard. Selim II was the son of Suleiman the Magnificent and his consort Hurrem Sultan. Unlike his father, Selim showed little interest in state affairs or military endeavors. He was more inclined towards a life of leisure and indulgence. His nickname, Selim the Drunkard, reflects his reputation for heavy drinking. Selim relied heavily on his Grand Vizier, Mehmet Sukulu, who was a competent and effective administrator. Much of the stability and success of his reign can be attributed to Sukulu abilities. Selim II ascended to the throne in 1566 after the death of his father. His reign marked a departure from the vigorous and expansionist policies of Suleiman. Nurbanu Sultan was a wife of Selim, mother of Sultan Murad III, and at least 3 daughters. When Selim married her in 1573, he bestowed upon Nurbanu 110,000 ducats as a dowry, surpassing the 100,000 ducats that his father bestowed upon his mother Hurrem Sultan. Selim's rule is often characterized by a lack of personal involvement in governance. He delegated much of his authority to his Grand Viziers and other court officials. His reign saw the conquest of Cyprus, which provoked the formation of the Holy League and led to the Battle of Lepanto. One of the most significant events during his reign was the Battle of Lepanto, where the Ottoman navy, a dominant force in the Mediterranean, faced a catastrophic defeat against a coalition of Christian states known as the Holy League. Selim's reign is often seen as a turning point in the Ottoman Empire, marking the beginning of a gradual shift from a period of strong, centralized imperial rule to a more fractured and decentralized structure. Despite his personal vices and lack of political acumen, his reign did witness some cultural and architectural development, including the completion of several significant architectural projects initiated by his father. Selim slipped and died after falling on a marble floor while inebriated in 1574. He was not a successful military leader or an actively engaged ruler. The structures put in place by his predecessors allowed the empire to continue functioning during his rule.
In a world of empires and promises, the sands of the Middle East were a stage for betrayal. From the heart of Istanbul to the deserts of Arabia, discover the untold story of alliances broken, nations born, and the destiny of millions changed forever. Today we delve into the twilight years of the mighty Ottoman Empire and the dramatic birth of the modern Middle East. Stay with us as we unravel the complex web of the Arab betrayal, the British and French deceit, and the carving of a new world order. Our story begins with the fading glory of the Ottomans. Once formidable, the empire was crumbling, its grip loosening on the vast Arab lands it had controlled for centuries. Amidst this turmoil, the seeds of Arab nationalism were sown. Arabs, who had lived under Ottoman rule for over 400 years, started dreaming of independence. The spark, the Great War, a conflict that would shake the very foundations of empires. The Arab Revolt of 1916 marked the breaking point. Promised independence by the British, Arab leaders like Sharif Hussein of Mecca rose against their Ottoman overlords. But little did they know of the clandestine deals being struck in the smoke-filled rooms of Europe. Enter the British and the French, with eyes on the Ottoman spoils. The secret Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916 carved the Arab lands into zones of influence, disregarding the promises made to the Arab leaders. Under this clandestine agreement, France was to hold sway over modern-day Syria and Lebanon, while Britain set its sights on the future lands of Iraq and Jordan. And as for Palestine, with its sacred cities, an international administration was proposed, its fate to be decided amidst global contention. That was the rite of betrayal. The revelation of this agreement exposed the duplicity of the Allied powers, sowing seeds of mistrust and resentment that would echo through decades. Despite the betrayals, the 20th century saw the rise of new nations from the ashes of the empire. Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, others emerged, each with its own struggle, its own path to sovereignty. But the map of the Middle East was not yet complete. Another momentous event was unfolding: creation of Israel, a decision that would redefine the region forever. In 1917, the Balfour Declaration staged, with Britain expressing support for a Jewish national home in Palestine. This promise, made amidst the complexities of World War I, sowed the seeds of future conflict between Jewish and Arab communities. Under the British mandate, tensions related land, sacred to Jews, Christians, and Muslims, became the center of a growing and violent struggle. The United Nations, facing this unrest, proposed a plan in 1947 to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab states. The plan, accepted by the Jewish leadership but rejected by the Arab states, set off a chain of events that would lead to the end of the British mandate. On May 14, 1948, David Ben-Gurion declared the establishment of the State of Israel, a day before the British mandate was to expire. The immediate invasion by neighboring Arab states sparked the Israeli War. By its end, Israel had divided and expanded by keeping the area allotted to it by the UN partition plan and 60% of the area allotted to Arab states. But conflict had created deep division and a lasting refugee crisis, with consequences that reverberate through the region to this day. The heart of the newly drawn map, a phrase echoes through time and conflict, a slogan as contentious as the land describes, from the river to the sea. This evocative phrase captures the essence of a land torn between dreams and realities, between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, the cradle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. For some, this slogan is a cry for Palestinian statehood and sovereignty of the entire territory, symbol of national aspiration and the historical ties to the land. Yet, for others, it's a phrase that stirs deep apprehension, perceived as a negation of Israel's right to exist and call for its decision. The resonance of "from the river to the sea" underscores the complexity of the Middle East narrative, where every word and every line on the map is laden with history and meaning. The story of the Middle East, from the collapse of the Ottoman Empire to the establishment of new nations and the enduring Israel-Palestinian conflict, is a tapestry woven with the threads of hope, struggle, and the relentless pursuit of a peace yet to be achieved.
This is the story of Al-Haytham, a father of modern optics. He was born in Basra, Iraq, in the year 965. Al-Haytham in the golden age of Islamic civilization. From a young age, Ibn al-Haytham was fascinated by the world around him. He spent much of his time studying the works of the great Greek philosophers and mathematicians, such as Euclid and Ptolemy. His path to success was not always smooth. He was once summoned by Al-Hakim, the sixth ruler of the Fatimid Caliphate. He ordered him to control the flooding of the Nile River, which he couldn't fulfill. So he was placed under house arrest to avoid punishment for many years. During this time, he continued to work on his scientific research, including his groundbreaking work on optics. Finally, after several years, Ibn al-Haytham was released from house arrest, and he continued to make important contributions to science. Ibn al-Haytham died in the year 1040 CE in Cairo, Egypt, but his legacy lives on. Ibn al-Haytham's scientific achievements were so remarkable that he is often referred to as the father of modern optics. He made a thorough examination of the passage of light through various media and discovered the laws of refraction. He invented the first pinhole camera. His most famous work is his book, The Book of Optics. It was the first book to provide a comprehensive explanation of optics, and it had a profound influence on scientists in Europe for centuries. He wrote several other books on topics such as geometry, astronomy, and mechanics, and he also worked as an engineer and a physician. He developed a new method for determining the direction of the Qibla, still used today. He is celebrated today as a hero of science and an exemplar of Islamic scholarship, and his work had a significant impact on the European Renaissance. As he once wrote, "The road to truth is long and hard, but that is the road we must follow."
Ever wondered how ancient civilizations dealt with death? Today, we're diving into some of the most shocking burial practices from the past. From the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Tibet, each method tells a story not just of death, but of a culture's worldview, spirituality, and community. Our journey begins in ancient Egypt, a land as mystical as it is ancient. Here, the Egyptians developed a complex method to preserve their dead through mummification, believing in an afterlife where the deceased live on. They embalmed bodies with special salts and wrapped them in linen, placing them in ornate sarcophagi surrounded by treasures meant for the next world. We sail next to the cold, rugged shores of Scandinavia, where the fierce Vikings had a dramatically different approach. Esteemed warriors were given a ship burial, sent off to sea ablaze, symbolizing their voyage to Valhalla, where they would continue to feast and fight forever. This vivid ceremony underlines the Vikings' valorous view of the afterlife. High in the Tibetan mountains, the practice of sky burials speaks to a profound communion with nature. The deceased are placed atop mountains, left for vultures in a final act of generosity. This ritual, performed with utmost respect by monks, highlights the Buddhist belief in the impermanence and interconnectedness of all life. Turning our gaze to North America, the ancient Adena culture built massive earth mounds as communal monuments over their dead. These structures, filled with artifacts, required a collective effort to construct, reflecting the community's reverence and a sophisticated society that valued ceremony and remembrance deeply. From the deserts of Egypt to the high peaks of Tibet, our exploration reveals that while cultures may vary, the reverence for the deceased transcends time and geography. These ancient burial practices not only provide a window into how our ancestors viewed death, but also how they cherished life and community. As we continue to uncover these ancient customs, we gain not only knowledge of the past, but also a deeper understanding of our own mortality and the legacy we wish to leave behind.
To another exciting video. Today, we delve into the life of Al-Farabi, a brilliant philosopher of 9th century. Al-Farabi, known as Al-Farabius. He was born in Farab, now Otra, in 870 AD, present-day Kazakhstan. Now, let's jump into 10 key contributions by Al-Farabi and see how they still resonate with us today. 1. Political philosophy. Al-Farabi's ideas on political philosophy emphasized the importance of a well-governed society. His concepts of justice, good governance, and the ideal ruler laid the foundation for modern political systems, ensuring stability and progress. 2. Ethical philosophy. Al-Farabi's ethical philosophy emphasized the pursuit of virtue and the cultivation of moral character. His teachings on ethics continue to prepare individuals to lead principled lives and contribute positively to society. 3. Psychology. Al-Farabi delved into the depths of the human mind and explored the intricacies of consciousness and emotions. His insights into psychology laid the groundwork for understanding human behavior and paved the way for modern studies in psychology and mental well-being. 4. Music theory. Al-Farabi's contributions to music theory were revolutionary. His exploration of harmonious melodies and the therapeutic effects of music resonates with contemporary studies on the power of music in enhancing mood, reducing stress, and promoting overall well-being. He introduced 22-tone, double-octave scale known as Al-Farabi's scale. 5. Logic and reasoning. Al-Farabi's logical methods and reasoning techniques continue to influence fields like mathematics, computer science, and philosophy. His emphasis on critical thinking and logical deduction remains relevant in problem-solving and decision-making processes. 6. Philosophy of education. Al-Farabi believed in the transformative power of education. His philosophy of education emphasized the holistic development of individuals, nurturing their intellectual, moral, and social growth. These principles continue to shape modern educational practices worldwide. 7. Comparative religion. Al-Farabi's commitment to understanding various religious traditions fostered harmony and dialogue. In today's diverse world, his approach to comparative religion serves as a foundation for interfaith understanding, respect, and cooperation. 8. Theology. Al-Farabi's integration of philosophy and theology sought to bridge the gap between reason and faith. His ideas contribute to ongoing discussions on the compatibility of rational thinking and religious belief, enriching theological discourse. 9. Social harmony. Al-Farabi's vision of a harmonious society, where diverse cultures coexist peacefully, is more relevant than ever. In an interconnected world, his teachings inspire us to celebrate our differences and strive for unity and social cohesion. 10. Intellectual legacy. Al-Farabi's vast collection of writings has left an enduring intellectual legacy. His works continue to be studied and read by scholars worldwide, serving as a source of inspiration for generations to come. And there you have it. Al-Farabi's life and contribution are nothing short of awe-inspiring. From political philosophy to music theory, his ideas transcend time and continue to shape our day. In the 13th century, a fierce force descended upon Eastern Europe. Led by Khan, the Mongols embarked on a relentless campaign, leaving destruction in their wake. The Mongol Empire, under the leadership of Batu Khan, had already amassed enormous territory. Now, their touch on Europe, their power unparalleled, and their reputation for brutality. Lightning speed, the Mongol armies passed through Eastern Europe. Villages and towns fell before their overwhelming might. World in terror, the unstoppable approached. As it reached the outskirts of Vienna in 1241, the city braced for the impending storm. The siege engines were assembled, and the atmosphere was thick tension. The defenders of Vienna prepared for a battle that would test their resilience. The defenders of Vienna were at distance. The city's walls, though battered, had strong against all along. The clash of cultures and military strategies was evident as both sides fought for dominance. After a week of intense fighting and casualties, the Mongols found themselves in an unexpected situation. Rumor of a larger European force approaching compelled Batu Khan to order a retreat. The Mongols, having come so close to victory, reluctantly withdrew. Vienna stood but undefeated. The aftermath of the siege was a grim reminder of the destructive power of the Mongol horde. The Vienna mourned their losses while reflecting the resilience that had saved their city. The Mongol siege of Vienna left an indelible mark on history. It highlighted the need for unity and preparedness in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. The siege became a cautionary tale, a testament to the importance of defending one's homeland. The Mongol siege of Vienna in 1241 remains a sensational chapter in the annals of history. It serves as a reminder of the clash of civilizations, the resilience of those who defend their homes, and the enduring impact of a momentous campaign that nearly reshaped the course of Europe.
The Harlem Hellfighters were a remarkable regiment in the United States Army that served with extraordinary valor and distinction during World War I. Officially known as the 369th Infantry Regiment, they were one of the first African American regiments to serve in the American Expeditionary Forces during the war. The Harlem Hellfighters were initially formed as the 15th New York National Guard Regiment in 1916. Drawing recruits primarily from the African American communities of New York City, especially Harlem. Like other African American units of the time, the Harlem Hellfighters faced racial discrimination and segregation within the military. Despite these challenges, they trained vigorously, preparing for combat in Europe. In December 1917, the regiment was deployed to France. However, due to segregationist policies, they were initially relegated to non-combat roles. The turning point came when they were transferred under French command due to the French Army's dire need for reinforcements. The French treated them more equally, and they were issued French weapons and helmets. The Harlem Hellfighters fought valiantly in several key battles, including Belleau Wood and the Meuse-Argonne Offensive. They spent more time in frontline trenches than any other American unit, and their fierce combat prowess earned them the nickname Hellfighters by their German adversaries. Two members of the regiment, Private Henry Johnson and Private Needham Roberts, became the first Americans to receive the French Croix de Guerre for bravery in battle, after they fought off a German raid in the Argonne Forest. Upon their return to the United States, the Harlem Hellfighters were celebrated with a parade in New York City. However, they returned to a country still deeply entrenched in racial segregation and discrimination. The regiment was awarded the Croix de Guerre for bravery, and members received various valor awards by French, but faced over 50 years of recognition denial from the US due to racial discrimination. The Harlem Hellfighters story is a testament to courage, resilience, and the ongoing struggle for equality and recognition within the military and society. Their legacy is not only marked by their extraordinary combat achievements, but also by their impact on the civil rights movement and American culture.
Welcome back. Today, we've got a story that's been shrouded in mystery for centuries, the Roanoke colony disappearance. This unsolved historical enigma has baffled researchers, historians, and explorers alike for over 4 centuries. Our story begins in 1587 when English settlers, led by John White, established the Roanoke colony on present-day Roanoke Island, North Carolina. The colony was meant to be a stepping stone to English colonization in the New World. Now, things seemed promising initially, with supplies and resources brought from England. John White, colony's governor, had to return to England but was delayed due to the Anglo-Spanish War. When he finally returned to Roanoke in 1590, he discovered a chilling mystery. The entire colony had disappeared without trace. Buildings were abandoned, and the word Croatoan was carved into a fence post. This cryptic message suggested the colonists might have met with the Croatan tribe, but it remained unclear. Numerous theories have emerged over years to explain the Roanoke's disappearance. Some speculate that they were sought by local Native American tribes, while others believe they may have fallen victim to harsh conditions or conflicts. The mystery begins with the Croatan tribe's involvement. Were they saviors or simply a clue left behind by the Ottomans? Even today, experts continue to search for clues, and archaeological digs on Roanoke Island are ongoing. DNA testing has been conducted on descendants of colonists who have unlocked their fate. But as of now, Roanoke colony disappearance remains one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries, leaving more questions than answers. What do you think of the Roanoke colonists?
The mysterious disappearance of the Mayans. The heart of America, where we forged the land, I remain one of the greatest civilizations the world has ever known. The Mayans, astronomers, architects, mathematicians, kings. And yet today their cities stand silent, their people on. What an empire that reached the stars, fall ruin so suddenly? Why do they leave a temple, their houses sacred, without a final word? Was it cataclysm, a rebellion, punishment from the gods they so devoutly worship? Or was it something even darker, hidden forever beneath the soil lines? Long before the mighty city of Europe or Asia was dominant, the Maya already charted the heavens. Built monumental cities aligned with the stars, invented precise thunder system, and developed one of the first true writing systems of the ancient world. Their maths included the concept of zero, centuries before it appeared elsewhere. Their knowledge of astronomy rivaled that of civilizations half a world away. At their height, between 250 and 980, the Mayan was a tapestry of dozens of city-states, each ruled by kings and priests, each vying for power, prestige, and the favor of the gods. But then, something changed. Across the southern lowlands, mighty cities that once needed life began to wither. Pyramids were left half-built, the royal tombs eerily empty. Signs of warfare, droughts carved as stone records, desperate migration to the northern highlands. The jungle began, swallowing the cities whole, erasing centuries of achievement in a matter of decades. But the final reason remains one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries.
Today, we are going to dive into the fascinating story of one of the most influential figures in ancient India. Let's begin the story of Chanakya. Chanakya, also known as Vishnugupta, was born in 371 BC in the ancient city of Taxila, which is now in modern-day Pakistan. He hailed from a Brahmin family and showed exceptional intelligence and a thirst for knowledge from an early age. Chanakya's brilliance and dedication earned him a place at Tashila University. It was during his time at the university that he observed the political turmoil and foreign invasions that plagued the Indian subcontinent. As advisor and strategist, Chanakya played a pivotal role in shaping the political landscape of ancient India. One of his most significant achievements was assisting Chandragupta Maurya, a young warrior, in overthrowing Nanda dynasty and establishing the Maurya Empire. Chanakya's famous treatise, the Arthashastra, remains a timeless masterpiece on governance, economics, and statecraft. It provides detailed insights into administration, military strategies, taxation, and foreign policy, making it an essential text for rulers and leaders throughout history. Chanakya may have been a mentor to Vishnu Sharma, the author of the Panchatantra, a collection of animal fables. Chanakya's life also carries intriguing mysteries and legends. He consumed a small dose of poison, known as Vishakanya, to protect himself from enemies. The legacy of Chanakya extends far beyond his lifetime. His teachings continue to inspire and guide leaders, policymakers, and scholars across the world. The principles of governance and statecraft elucidated in the Arthashastra remain relevant even in the present day. Welcome back to our channel, where we uncover the secrets of the past. In today's episode, we dive into the life of Al-Khwarizmi, a brilliant mathematician and astronomer from the Islamic Golden Age. Join us as we explore some lesser-known and mysterious aspects of his incredible journey. Al-Khwarizmi was born in about 780 AD, and although his birthplace isn't known for sure, the Al-Khwarizmi in his name can mean the native of Khwarazm, which at the time was part of Greater Iran, but is now part of Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, so many believe he grew up in that area. One of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding Al-Khwarizmi lies in his seminal work, Kitab al-Jabr al-Muqabala, which translates to the compendious book on calculation by completion and balancing. This book introduced the concept of algebra to the world and laid the foundation for modern mathematical thinking. However, what's truly enigmatic is that no copies of the original manuscript have ever been discovered. Scholars have only been able to study Al-Khwarizmi's work through translations and commentaries written by other scholars from different regions. Another lesser-known fact about Al-Khwarizmi is his significant contributions to geography and cartography. He was a key figure in developing the field of mathematical geography, and his maps were used by travelers and explorers for centuries. Did you know that Al-Khwarizmi was also responsible for introducing the Hindu-Arabic numeral system to the Western world? The numerals we use today, known as Hindu-Arabic numerals, revolutionized mathematics by introducing the concept of zero and the decimal system. Al-Khwarizmi's expertise wasn't limited to mathematics alone. He made significant contributions to astronomy as well. He wrote extensively on the construction and use of astrolabes, which were indispensable tools for astronomers in calculating celestial movements and navigation. Finally, one of the most intriguing mysteries surrounding Al-Khwarizmi is the exact location and nature of the educational institution where he taught. Historians believe that he might have been affiliated with the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, a renowned center of learning during the Islamic Golden Age. And there you have it, the lesser-known and mysterious facts about the remarkable Al-Khwarizmi. Although much remains unknown about his life and work, his contributions have left an indelible mark on the fields of mathematics, astronomy, and beyond. Hello everyone! Today, we have an incredible story to share with you, the inspiring journey of Sabiha Gökçen, the first female combat pilot. Sabiha Gökçen was born in Bursa, Turkey, in 1913. Her life took a remarkable turn when she was adopted by the legendary Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, who visited Bursa in 1925. Sabiha began her education at Çankaya Primary School and later attended Istanbul Üsküdar Girls' College. These early years laid the foundation for her future achievements. In 1935, Sabiha entered the Turkish Aviation School of the Turkish Aeronautical Association. There, she earned gliding licenses and badges. Her journey continued at the Eskişehir Military Air School in 1936, where she underwent special training to become a military pilot. She interned at the 1st Tayyare Regiment in Eskişehir and flew fighter and bomber planes, earning her military flight certificate on August 30, 1937. Sabiha Gökçen's dedication and talent didn't go unnoticed. In 1937, she was awarded the Turkish Aeronautical Association Marasa Medal, a significant honor. She even embarked on a Balkan tour with her plane in 1938 at the invitation of Balkan states. Upon her return to Turkey, she served as the headmaster of the Turkish Aeronautical Association, a role she held until 1955. Sabiha Gökçen's impact extended beyond Turkey. She visited the USA in 1953 and 1959, introducing Turkish society and Turkish women to the world. But her biggest recognition came in 1996 when she was named one of the 20 aviators who made their name in world history at a prestigious ceremony. In a historic achievement, the Guinness Book of World Records recognizes her as the first female combat pilot. Sabiha Gökçen made her last flight in 1996 at the age of 83, flying a Falcon 2000 plane accompanied by French pilot Daniel Acton. Gökçen died of heart failure at the age of 88 at Golhani Military Medical Academy on the 22nd of March, 2001. Sabiha Gökçen's life is a testament to determination, courage, and breaking barriers. Her pioneering spirit continues to inspire generations around the world. Welcome back, friends. In the early 7th century, the beautiful lands of the Levant were gripped in the turmoil of war. The Byzantine Empire and the mighty Sasanian Empire clashed, their armies locked in a bitter struggle for supremacy for many years. Amidst this chaos, a new power emerged, the Muslim Rashidun Caliphate. Seeking to spread the message of Islam and expand their territories, the Muslim forces set their sights on the fertile Levant. The Muslim army, under the command of the brilliant General Khalid bin Walid, embarked on a relentless campaign, making their way towards the strategic region of Yarmouk. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, aware of the approaching Muslim forces, rallied his armies to protect the Byzantine territories. But amidst the clashes of empires, a lesser-known story unfolded. Jabala ibn al-Haytham, the leader of the Christian Arab tribes known as the Ghassanids, faced a difficult choice. The Ghassanids, feeling a cultural and religious affinity with the Muslim forces, decided to forge an alliance. The alliance of the Ghassanids with the Muslim forces had a profound impact on the Battle of Yarmouk. As the dust settled on the battlefield of Yarmouk, the united Muslim and Ghassanid forces stood victorious. The defection of the Ghassanids had weakened the Byzantine ranks, leading to a decisive Muslim triumph. This historic victory opened the way for further Muslim conquests in the Levant, forever changing the course of history. The alliance between the Muslim Rashidun Caliphate and the Christian Arab tribes serves as a testament to the complexities of history. It showcases how alliances, shaped by cultural, religious, and political factors, can shape the destiny of nations. The Battle of Yarmouk stands as a powerful reminder that history is never black and white. Alliances can emerge from unexpected places, and the bonds forged in the crucible of conflict can forever alter the course of events. As the Muslim Empire expanded its reach, the alliance with the Christian Arab tribes left an indelible mark on the annals of history. In today's video, we are going to explore the life and legacy of a legendary figure in the field of medicine and surgery. Here are some interesting facts about him. He designed and developed over 200 surgical instruments that greatly advanced surgical procedures. His innovations included instruments such as forceps, scalpels, bone saws, and various specialized tools for specific surgeries. He introduced new techniques for delivering babies safely. He emphasized the importance of hygiene during childbirth and devised methods to address complications that arose during labor. He introduced the concept of standardized drug testing, ensuring the safety and effectiveness of medications before their use in patients. He was one of the first surgeons to explore the use of anesthesia during surgical procedures by combining opium and mandrake root, which acted as a sedative and pain reliever for patients undergoing surgery. He devised surgical methods to address hearing loss, including the use of fine needles to puncture the eardrum and relieve pressure caused by fluid buildup. He introduced the use of catgut sutures, made from the intestines of sheep or goats, for wound closure. These sutures would dissolve over time, eliminating the need for removal and reducing risk of infection. He described various dental procedures, including tooth extraction, and recommended remedies for dental pain and gum diseases. He prioritized the comfort and well-being of patients. He encouraged use of soft bedding and recommended that surgeons speak kindly to patients to alleviate their fears and anxiety before undergoing surgery. He understood the importance of maintaining a sterile environment during and after surgery. He introduced the concept of using clean linen as surgical dressings to cover wounds and prevent healing, reducing the risk of infection. He was a strong advocate of medical ethics and emphasized the importance of honesty and integrity among physicians. He stressed the need for doctors to prioritize their patients' well-being above all else and to maintain confidentiality. Did you know? He wrote a medical encyclopedia known as Al-Tasrif, the Method of Medicine, more than 1,000 years ago. This book consisted of 30 volumes and covered various branches of medicine, including surgery, pharmacology, and obstetrics. Meet this legend. Al-Zahrawi, also known as Albucasis, father of modern surgery. He was born in the year 936 in the city of Al-Andalus, which is present-day Spain. Despite his incredible accomplishments, Al-Zahrawi's personal life remains shrouded in mystery. Historical records are scarce, and little is known about his relationships or the circumstances surrounding his death. Today, Al-Zahrawi's legacy lives on as a reminder of the power of knowledge, innovation, and the pursuit of excellence. His contributions to the field of medicine continue to inspire medical professionals worldwide.
Welcome, dear viewers, to a captivating tale that takes us back in time to the vibrant land of Persia. Today, we embark on a remarkable journey to explore life and achievements of one of history's great minds, Ibn Sina. Our story begins in the year 980 in the ancient city of Bukhara, situated in Uzbekistan. It was here that a brilliant soul came into this world, destined to leave an indelible mark on the fields of medicine, philosophy, and science. From an early age, Ibn Sina, or Avicenna as he is also known, displayed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He vowed expanding his intellectual sense and mastering various subjects with astonishing ease. Ibn Sina led him to enroll in one of the most prestigious academies of his time. Here he studied under renowned scholars delved into the realms of mathematics, physics, and astronomy. However, it was in the realm of medicine where Ibn Sina truly shone. His groundbreaking work in the field of medicine revolutionized the understanding and treatment of numerous ailments. Ibn Sina's masterpiece, the Canon of Medicine, became a definitive medical encyclopedia and his vast knowledge of diseases, anatomy, and pharmacology. This seminal work became a beacon of light for medical practitioners for centuries to come. Even in our modern world, Ibn Sina's contributions remain invaluable. His emphasis on evidence-based medicine, meticulous observation, and holistic patient care laid the foundation for the medical practices we use today. Beyond medicine, Ibn Sina's genius extended to philosophy. His philosophical works explore the nature of existence, the mind-body connection, and ethics, providing deep insights into the human experience. Ibn Sina's philosophical teachings continue to inspire scholars and students around the world, encouraging critical thinking, introspection, and a quest for wisdom. In the realm of science, Ibn Sina's contributions were equally extraordinary. His groundbreaking experiments and discoveries propelled fields such as chemistry, optics, and geology, laying the groundwork for scientific advancements in subsequent centuries. Today, as we celebrate the remarkable life of Ibn Sina, we remember him not just as a brilliant scholar, but as a visionary. His legacy reverberates through time. So let us cherish the enduring wisdom and knowledge left behind by Ibn Sina, for his journey we find inspiration, and the power of a curious mind to shape the world.
Boom. One step, and you change nations. No passport, no security, just a white brick line that slices through a cafe floor and turns your latte Dutch or Belgian, depending on which table you choose. Welcome to Baarle. The border's so tangled it makes spaghetti look organized. Zoom out on the map. Patch with 30 enclaves jammed together like dropped puzzle pieces. Officially, it's two separate towns, Baarle-Hertog for Belgium and Baarle-Nassau for the Netherlands. The pieces interlock like teeth on zip. House numbers wear tiny flags so the mail carrier knows which country the front door belongs to. Local joke. I change nationality more often than sauce. How did this happen? Medieval state drama. In 1198, a Dutch lord kept farmland while a Belgian duke held the villages. Centuries inheritance splits, and lazy makers left a jigsaw nobody bothered to solve. Fast forward to the age of nation states and enclave inside enclave, some been for a chicken coop. Daily life's part sitcom, part social experiment. Now pays taxes in Belgium, slips on Dutch building codes because of it's offline. The grocery store sells cheaper fireworks on its Belgian aisle, while the Dutch aisle stays open on Sundays thanks to different trading laws. During the 2021 COVID curfew, half of the bar had to shut its lights in, while customers slid their chairs to meet into the Netherlands side, keep the party alive until midnight. Look down as you walk, past with B or an L, stamp the pavement every few feet. Kids play hopscotch over an international boundary or parent asks streak a wall. Couples border straddling selfies, cyclists weave back and forth just to rack up extra counts on travel apps. Touring here feels like a scavenger hunt. Your must-hit photo spots. The bookstore where the check counter is Dutch, but the travel guides on the rear shelves in Belgium. House 19, probably sporting 2 street numbers and 2 postcodes on a sofa. Town's enclave map, color-coded like a Mondrian ink gone rogue. Stand there long enough and witness with tourists trying to trace a single unbreakable borderline. Spoiler, you can't. Even tragedy is geopolitical ballet. Residents drag bins whichever side gets elected first. The garbage truck makes international trips without turning the corner. Speed limits flip from 50 km/h to 30 km/h in the width of one tire rotation. And yes, a couple file separate marriage certificates, one Belgian, one Dutch, because the registrar's desks at exactly the boundary. Here's almost disappointingly simple. Fly in Brussels or Amsterdam, then drive 1 hour to a that looks sleepy and you notice the white crosses. Best time to arrive? Late afternoon, golden hour, which signs spill markers like invisible ink revealing itself. For souvenirs, grab donation passport stamps at the tourist office, and Chuck Bar, whose wrapper boasts 2 sets of nutrition facts. Beneath the novelty is quiet listen. Barley proves borders are stories we tell ourselves. Sometimes scars, other times dotted lines through a living room. Here the narrative turns playful. A testament that cooperation can trump cartography. When neighbors share a front porch across 2 legal systems and the biggest disagreement whose side of the fridge hosts the mustard, and the rest of relax a bit too. So, curious traveler, if you crave a place where every step rewrites your GPS, add Barle to the list. Hit subscribe for more corners of the map where history hides in plain sight. An island that celebrates New Year twice, because time zones like borders bend you in. See you there.
For nearly 400 years, the Ottoman Empire was a formidable force in southeastern Europe, Turkey, and the Middle East. But beneath its grandeur lay dark secrets that shaped its history. Let's delve into the known and more disturbing aspects of the Ottoman Empire. Here's a few of them. Fratricide. Fratricide is the act of killing one's own brother. It can either be done directly or via the use of an assassin. The practice of fratricide was legalized by Mehmed the Conqueror, because his grandfather Amon struggled over the throne with his brother Suleiman, Isa, and Musa during the Ottoman Regnum. This civil war lasted 8 years, and weakened the empire due to the casualties it inflicted and division it sowed in Ottoman society. Mehmed the Conqueror, after capturing Constantinople in 1453, executed most of his male relatives, including an infant brother, to eliminate threats to his throne. The cage, Carfis. In the 17th century, the practice of fratricide was replaced by the cage. Potential heirs, often princes, would find luxurious imprisonment within the top carpets, leading many to madness. Extremely silent palace life. Life in the Topkapi Palace was a silent hell. The sultans were surrounded by silence, communicated through sign language, and constantly watched, leading to mental illness in rulers like Mustafa I. Executions and intrigue. The Ottoman government wielded the power of life and death. The first court of the palace was a sight of fear, with severed heads displayed as warnings. Palace intrigue was rampant, with power struggles among viziers and eunuchs. The death race. In a bizarre tradition, a condemned Grand Vizier could escape execution by outrunning the head gardener. This death race, a matter of life or exile, was a grim spectacle of the empire's eccentricities. Mob violence. Grand Viziers often became scapegoats during crises. The people of Istanbul, prone to riots, would demand executions, influencing the empire's politics through mob violence. The harem. The imperial harem was a world of its own, housing up to 2,000 women, mostly slaves, guarded by the chief black eunuch. It was a place of power, intrigue, and strict seclusion. The boy tribute. The Defshirme system was a tribute of Christian boys, forcibly converted and enrolled in the Janissary Corps. This system, targeting boys aged 12 to 14, was a unique aspect of Ottoman rule. Slavery. Slavery was integral to the Ottoman system, with millions from Africa, the Caucasus, and Eastern Europe enduring brutal conditions. The empire's reliance on slavery was a dark aspect of its economic and social structure. Massacres and intolerance. Despite its initial tolerance, the Ottoman Empire's decline saw increased violence against minorities. The Armenian Genocide of 1915, where 1.5 million Armenians were killed, remains a haunting legacy of this dark period. The Ottoman Empire's legacy is a complex tapestry of grandeur and darkness. Its history offers a window into the intricate and often brutal realities of empire building.
Granada, Spain. The year is 1492. In a single moment, 1,000 years of Muslim rule in Europe came to an end. The mighty Alhambra, once a symbol of splendor and peace, fell silent. Its king, Abu Abdullah Muhammad, known as Boabdil, wept as he turned away forever. But why did this happen? What led to the fall of the last Muslim kingdom in Europe? This is the forgotten story of Alhambra's fall. Alhambra was more than a palace. It was carved stone. Built in dynasty, it stood as the crown jewel of Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus. With intricate Arabic calligraphy, symmetrical gardens, and flowing waterfalls, it wasn't just architecture, it was an experience of paradise on earth. But in the north, change was coming. Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, united their kingdoms. Their dream to reclaim all of Spain for Christianity. City by city, territory fell. Granada was the last. War began in 1482. The siege lasted for 10 years. Family heart, supplies, and betrayal spread inside the city walls. Boabdil became cornered. On January 2, 1492, Boabdil surrendered. He handed over the keys of Alhambra to Ferdinand and Isabella. As I looked back one final time. His mother, "You cry like a woman for what you would defend like a man." A line that still goes through history. But soon the oppression began. Mosques were burned in churches. Arabic books were burned in piles. Muslims were to convert or leave. The golden Al-Andalus is gone. But it still stands. Every carved wall, every whipping fountain tells the story of a civilization. The fall of Alhambra wasn't just the end of Spain. It was the end of an era. But its story still lives on. If this moved too short, let history echo again.
Algebra has become synonymous with terror. But who's this elusive entered the streets of Whitechapel in 1888? Let's see. Whitechapel in the late 1800s. A place teeming with life, but not the kind you'd envy. Overcrowded, rife poverty, and a breeding ground for crime. The Ripper's in, oft-forgotten as a legend. 5 women. Mary Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kane. Their lives brutally cut short. The murder were gruesome. Throats slashed, bodies mutilated. The precision of the cuts led some to speculate, did the Ripper have medical knowledge? Then came the letters, including the infamous Dear Boss letter, where the name Jack the Ripper first appeared. Were they from the killer, or a media stunt? The press was in a frenzy, and the world was watching. Despite the efforts of the police, the Ripper vanished into the shadows of history, leaving a trail of questions. Fast forward to today. With modern forensic science, who finally unmasked Jack the Ripper? It's a tantalizing thought. The story of Jack the Ripper isn't just a tale of murder and mystery. It's a window into a past world, a reflection of its society's fears and fascinations. As always, we're left wondering, who was Jack the Ripper? Perhaps some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. Welcome back. Today, I am sharing with you an incredible story of Nusaybah bint Ka'b, one of the first woman warrior of Islam. Nusaybah bint Ka'b was born around the year 594 AD in the city of Medina. She belonged to the Banu Najjar tribe, one of the prominent Jewish tribes in the area. Nusaybah grew up in a society deeply rooted in tribal traditions and was known for her intelligence, bravery, and strong character. When Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him began preaching the message of Islam, Nusaybah, along with her husband and her 2 sons, embraced the faith. She was among the first women to actively participate in battles alongside the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, demonstrating exceptional courage and skill as a warrior. One of the most significant moments in Nusaybah's life occurred during the Battle of Uhud in 625 AD. The Muslim army faced a fierce onslaught from the Meccan Quraysh tribe. Nusaybah fought alongside her male counterparts. Amidst the chaos, the Prophet's life was in grave danger, and Nusaybah fearlessly stood her ground, shielding him from harm and fighting off the attackers. Despite sustaining multiple injuries, she refused to back down, displaying remarkable bravery and loyalty. After the Prophet Muhammad's peace be upon him passing in 632 AD, Nusaybah continued to serve as a respected figure among the Muslims. Nusaybah bint passed away in the year 677 AD, leaving behind a legacy of courage and dedication to the cause of Islam. Nusaybah's life serves as a testament to the fact that women played a significant role in the early days of Islam, not only as nurturers and caretakers, but also as warriors and leaders. Welcome back. Today I am sharing with you the remarkable story of the Battle of Tours, also the Battle of Poitiers, where Spanish Muslim force faced the defeat. Joseph transported back in time to the year 732 CE, in land known as Tours, which is now present-day France. In one corner, we have the mighty Frankish kingdom, led by the courageous Charles Martel. And in the other corner, the formidable Umayyad Caliphate, commanded by the fierce Al-Ghafiqi. Now, let's uncover the reason behind this epic showdown. The Umayyad Caliphate, having already conquered vast lands in the Iberian Peninsula, had their sights set on expanding further into Western Europe. But standing in their way was the valiant Frankish kingdom, determined to defend their lands and their way of life. As the battle drew near, Charles Martel and his Frankish warriors devised a brilliant defense strategy. They knew their best chance lay in the lay of the land. They chose their battleground wisely, securing a high ground advantage. With the Frankish forces ready, they formed an impenetrable shield wall formation, their heavily armed infantry locking shields, standing as an unbreakable wall of steel. This phalanx formation made it incredibly difficult for the Umayyad cavalry to break through. But the Umayyad cavalry was not underestimated. They were swift, skilled, and mounted on powerful steeds. Their tactic was simple but deadly: charge. Time and time again, they charged with all their might, aiming to break the Frankish defenses. But they faced an indomitable force. Yet, the battle took an unexpected turn. As the Umayyad forces grew weary from their unsuccessful charges, Charles Martel seized the moment. He launched a courageous counterattack on the flank, taking the Umayyad troops off guard. It was a stroke that turned the tide of the battle. The Umayyad troops, disoriented and demoralized, found themselves facing defeat. Their ambition conquering Western Europe shattered before their eyes. The Frankish kingdom had stood strong, and their victory at the Battle of Tours became a legendary tale, resonating through the ages. While the Umayyad presence in the Iberian Peninsula continued, this battle halted their further expansion into Western Europe. It was a battle that showed the power of determination, strategy, and the will to defend one's homeland.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
Robert Oppenheimer, a man of brilliance and ambition, who forever changed the course of history. But was he a hero or a villain? Born in 1904, Oppenheimer's intellect and curiosity were evident from an early age. He graduated from Harvard and pursued his PhD at the University of Göttingen in Germany, where he began to delve into quantum mechanics. However, World War II brought a profound shift in Oppenheimer's life. Recruited as the scientific leader of the Manhattan Project, he was tasked with developing the atomic bomb. After the years of secrecy and research, the project culminated in the successful test of the first atomic bomb in the New Mexico desert. Impact was 4 times as much as had been predicted by most at Los Alamos. The explosion carrying more power than 20,000 tons of TNT and visible for more than 200 miles. The world's first atomic bomb had been detonated. It was a moment of both triumph and horror. Oppenheimer famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
After the successful test, President Truman authorized use of the atomic bomb anytime after August 3, 1945. On the morning of August 6, the first atomic bomb, nicknamed Little Boy, was dropped on the city of Hiroshima. Leveling over 60% of the city, 70,000 residents died instantaneously in a searing flash heat. In the post-war era, Oppenheimer's involvement with leftist organizations and his stance against the development of the hydrogen bomb raised suspicion. He faced scrutiny during the scare and was accused of being sympathetic to communist ideologies. Despite his contributions to science and the war effort, Oppenheimer's security clearance was revoked in 1954, tarnishing his reputation and leading to decades of controversy. Nearly 70 years after having his security clearance revoked, this controversial decision is now nullified. He finally received some form of justice. So, was Robert Oppenheimer a hero or a villain? The answer is not simple. His scientific achievements were monumental, laying the foundation for modern physics.
Everyone loves a chance to dance. Even mob dance parties that just pop up on the streets are seen as fun and entertaining. But what if you were struck with a disease that left you dancing unwillingly for days? That is what happened in 1518. Let's dive into the dancing plague of 1518 and what happened during those 2 months. The first case was in July 1518. Frau Trophy stepped into the streets of her town in Strasbourg, a free city within the Holy Roman Empire, now a part of France. She began to dance, seeming unable to stop dancing no matter what others did around her. There were no music or noise, but she twisted, whirled, and shook her body. Eventually, she collapsed due to exhaustion, but once she rested, the frenzied activity began again. It was nearly a week before she stopped, but that was the beginning of the dancing plague of 1518. This phenomenon continued for days, but Frau Trophy was not the only one. Within a week, more than 30 people were also actively dancing to exhaustion before beginning the process all over again. These people kept dancing and moved frantically, often to the point of joy. The increasing number of alarmed city officials who weren't sure what was causing all of this activity. Local physicians named dancing plague horror, which meant that the increasing activity would fully end the plague altogether. Civic and religious leaders thought dancing would be a solution, causing them to reach exhaustion even faster. These leaders arranged for God to be opened up to allow dancers to gather, with musicians playing, and professional dancers helping to dancing. Rather than alleviating the 1518 dancing efforts were it. The affliction spread to approximately 400 people, with numerous fatalities resulting from continuous dancing causing heart strokes. The cause of the mysterious dancing plague of 1518 was never discovered. The main theories are based on historical and medical evidence. Historians point to the religious belief that St. Vitus, a Catholic saint, could curse people with the dancing plague. Historian John Wallace cited the serious famines and the increased prevalence of smallpox and syphilis were the overwhelming stressors in 1518. Europeans also struggled to keep their families healthy and well cared for, but resources were limited. It is also believed that St. Vitus' superstition could trigger distress-induced hysteria. Those who had epilepsy and didn't be St. Vitus were punished by being forced to dance. There is also a medical theory that its toxic mold found on Afri can produce spasms and hallucinations. Scientific evidence for the cause of the 1518 dancing plague is scarce, but advances in medical science since then might provide an explanation for this unusual disease. The St. Vitus dance, known as Sidenkaria, is a neurological disorder. Sidenkaria is caused by an infection by the bacteria Streptococcus. As research on the brain deepens, potential causes of Sidenkaria, such as malfunctioning basal ganglia and cerebral cortex changes, are being revealed. This dancing plague of 1518 in Strasbourg stemmed from physical and mental issues. Though the disease persists, we now have tools to tackle its challenges in the 21st century.
Welcome, friends. In our medieval elite, a secret group known as the Hashisheen emerged, striking fear into the hearts of rulers and leaving a trail of mystery and intrigue. Join us as we dive into the sensational story of the Hashisheen, uncovering tactics, motives, and the legends that surround them. Our journey begins in the 11th century, amidst the bustling city of the Islamic world. The Hashisheen, fashioned guild assassin, pledged loyalty to their enigmatic leader, Hassan as-Sabah. Hassan as-Sabah, a charismatic figure, is said to have recruited his followers with the promise of paradise in the afterlife through the consumption of hashish. Hashish, a potent substance derived from cannabis, was believed to induce visions and create a link between the earthly realm and the divine. The Hashisheen were known for their unique tactics. Concealing daggers within their robes, they infiltrated the courts of their enemies. Their targets were often political figures or high-ranking officials who opposed their ideology. Their ruthless efficiency struck fear into the hearts of rulers, leading to a wave of paranoia. Hassan as-Sabah's stronghold, the Alamat Castle, perched high in the mountains, became the center of their operations. Its impregnability added to the mystique of the Hashisheen. Legends around the Hashisheen's training methods. It was said that new recruits underwent rigorous mental and physical tests, creating fearless agents of death. The term assassin itself is believed to be derived from Hashisheen, meaning users of hashish. Some tales even claim that Hassan as-Sabah had a hidden garden, known as the Garden of Earthly Delights, where he would showcase visions of paradise to the drugged assassins. As the political landscape shifted and empires clashed, the power of the Hashisheen waned. Their dramatic and brutal methods caught up with them, and their enemies grew more organized in their efforts to eliminate them. Today, the legacy of the Hashisheen lives on in pop culture, inspiring countless books, movies, and video games. The Hashisheen story remains a captivating and enigmatic chapter in history, showcasing the intricate web of power, loyalty, and the human pursuit of something beyond the mundane. The echoes of their deeds continue to resonate, reminding us of the allure of secrets and the thin line between reality and legend. The story of the laziest and the most incompetent Ottoman sultan that often comes to mind is that of Sultan Selim II, nicknamed Selim the Drunkard. Selim II was the son of Suleiman the Magnificent and his consort Hurrem Sultan. Unlike his father, he showed little interest in state affairs or military endeavors. He was more inclined towards a life of leisure and indulgence. His nickname, Selim the Drunkard, reflects his reputation for heavy drinking. Selim relied heavily on his Grand Vizier, Mensukulu, who was a competent and effective administrator. Much of the stability and success of his reign can be attributed to Sukulu's abilities. Selim II ascended to the throne in 1566 after the death of his father. His reign marked a departure from the vigorous and expansionist policies of Suleiman. Nurbanu Sultan was a wife of Selim, mother of Sultan Murad III, and at least 3 daughters. When Selim married her in 1573, he bestowed upon Nurbanu 110,000 ducats as a dowry, surpassing the 100,000 ducats that his father bestowed upon his mother Hurrem Sultan. Selim's rule was often characterized by a lack of personal involvement in governance. He delegated much of his authority to his Grand Viziers and other court officials. His reign saw the conquest of Cyprus, which provoked the formation of the Holy League and led to the Battle of Yarmouk. One of the most significant events during his reign was the Battle of Yarmouk. The Ottoman Navy, a dominant force in the Mediterranean, faced catastrophic defeat against a coalition of Christian states known as the Holy League. Selim's reign is often seen as a turning point in the Ottoman Empire, marking the beginning of a gradual shift from a period of strong, centralized imperial rule to a more fractured and decentralized structure. Despite his personal vices and lack of political acumen, his reign did witness some cultural and architectural development, including the completion of several significant architectural projects initiated by his father. Selim slipped and died after falling the marble floor while inebriated in 1574. He was not a successful military leader or an actively engaged ruler. The structures put in place by his predecessors allowed the empire to benefit from his rule.
In a world of empires and promises, the sands of the Middle East were a stage for betrayal. From the heart of Istanbul to the deserts of Arabia, discover the untold story of alliances broken, nations born, and the destiny of millions changed forever. Today we delve to the twilight years of the mighty Ottoman Empire and the dramatic birth of the modern Italy. Today us we unravel the complex web of the Arab betrayal, the British and Red deceit, and the carving of a new world order. Our story begins with the fate and glory of the Ottomans. Once formidable, the empire was crumbling, its loosening the vast Arab land it enrolled for centuries. Amidst turmoil, the seeds of Arab nationalism sown. Arabs, who had Roman ruled over 400 years, started dreaming of independence. The spark, the Great War, the conflicts that would shake the very foundations of empires. The Arab revolt of 1916 marked the breaking point. Promised independence by British Arab leaders like Hussein rose against their Ottoman overlord. But little did they know of the clandestine deals being struck in the smoke room of Europe. Enter the British and the French, while the Ottoman sports. The secret Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1960 carved Arab land into zones of influence, disregarding the promises made to the Arabs. On this clandestine agreement, France holds modern-day Syria and Lebanon, while Britain set its sight on future lands with Iraq and Jordan. And as Palestine, the secret cities, an international administration was proposed, its fate to be decided amidst open tension. That was a reek of betrayal, the revelation of Atlantic's publicity our hours, sowing seed of mistrust and resentment that would echo through decades. Despite betrayals, the 20th century saw the rise of new nations from the ashes of Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and others emerged, each with its own struggle, its own heart of sovereignty. But the map of the Middle East was complete. Another momentous event was Mongol, the creation of Israel, a decision that would redefine the region forever. In 1917, the Balfour Declaration set the stage, with Britain expressing support for a Jewish national home in Palestine. This promise, made amidst the complexities of World War I, sowed the seeds of future conflict between Jewish and Arab communities. Under the British mandate, tensions escalated. The land, sacred to Jews, Christians, and Muslims, became the center of a growing and violent struggle. The United Nations, facing unrest, proposed a plan in 1947 to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab states. The plan, accepted by the Jewish leadership, rejected by the Arab states, set off a chain of events that lead to the end of British mandate. On May 4, 1948, David Ben-Gurion declared the establishment of the State of Israel, a day before British mandate was to expire. The immediate invasion by the Arab states sparked the Arab-Israeli War. By then, Israel had survived and expanded by keeping the area allotted by the UN plan at just 60% area allotted to Arab states. But the conflict had created a lasting refugee crisis, with consequences that reverberate through the region to this day. In the heart of this neutral map, a phrase echoes behind conflict, as long as contentious of land describes, from the river to the sea. This evocative phrase captures the essence of land torn between dreams of reality, from Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, the cradle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. For some, this slogan is a cry for Palestinian statehood and sovereignty over the entire territory, a symbol of national aspiration and a historical tie to the land. Yet, for others, it's a phrase that serves deep apprehension, perceived elevation of Israel tied to this and call for its dissolution. The sense of from the river to the sea underscores the complexity of the Middle East narrative, where every word and every line on the map is laden with history and meaning. The story of the Middle East, from the cut of the Ottoman Empire to the established new nations and the enduring Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is a tapestry woven with threads of hope, struggle, and the relentless pursuit of peace yet to be achieved.
This is the story of Al-Haytham, a father of modern optics. He was born in Basra, in 1895. Al-Haytham lived in the golden age of Islamic civilization. From a young age, Al-Haytham was fascinated by the world around him. He spent much of his time studying the works of the Greek philosophers and mathematicians, such as Euclid and Ptolemy. His path to success was not always smooth. He was once summoned to Al-Hakim, the sixth ruler of the Fatimid Caliphate. Caliph ordered him to control the flooding of the river, which he couldn't fulfill. So he sat under house arrest to avoid punishment for many years. During this time, he continued to work on his research, including his groundbreaking work on optics. Finally, after several years, Ibn al-Haytham was released from house arrest and he continued to make important contributions to science. Ibn al-Haytham died in the year 1040 in Cairo, Egypt, but his legacy lives on. Ibn al-Haytham's scientific achievements are remarkable that he is often referred to as the father of modern optics. He made a thorough examination of the passage of light through various media and discovered the laws of refraction. He invented the first pinhole camera. His most famous work is his book, The Book of Optics. It was the first book to provide a comprehensive explanation of optics, and had a profound influence on scientists in Europe for centuries. He wrote several books on topics such as geometry, astronomy, and mechanics, and he also worked as an engineer and physician. He developed a method for determining the direction of Qibla, still used today. He is celebrated today as a hero of science and an exemplar of Islamic scholarship, and his work had a significant impact on the European Renaissance. As he once wrote, "The road to truth is long and hard, but that is the road we must follow."
I wondered how ancient civilizations dealt with death. Today, we're diving into some of the most shocking burial practices from the past. From the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Tibet, each method tells a story not just of death, but of the culture's worldview, spirituality, and community. Our journey in ancient Egypt, a land as mystical as ancient. Here, the Egyptians developed a complex method to preserve their dead from mummification, believing in an afterlife where the deceased lived on. They embalmed bodies with special salts and wrapped them in linen, placing them in ornate sarcophagus surrounded by treasure for the next world. We sailed next to the cold, rocky shores of Scandinavia, where the feasts had a dramatically different approach. Esteemed warriors were given a ship burial, sent off to sea blood, symbolizing their voyage to Valhalla, and would continue to feast and fight forever. This vivid ceremony underlines the Vikings' valorous view of the afterlife. High in the Tibetan mountains, the practice of sky burials speaks of a profound communion with nature. The deceased are placed in mountains, left by vultures in a fine act of generosity. This ritual, performed with utmost respect by monks, highlights the Buddhist belief in the impermanence and interconnectedness of all life. Turning our gaze to North America, the ancient Aztec culture built massive earth-mounds as communal monuments over their dead. These structures, filled with artifacts, required an active effort to construct, reflecting the community's reverence and a sophisticated society that valued ceremony and remembrance deeply. From the deserts of Egypt to the peaks of Tibet, our exploration revealed while cultures mirror, the reverence for the deceased transcends time and geography. These ancient burial practices not only provide how our ancestors viewed death, but also how they cherish life and music. As we continue to uncover these ancient customs, we gain not only the past, but also a deep understanding of our own mortality and the legacy we wish to leave behind.
To another exciting video. Today, we dive into the life of Al-Farabi, brilliant philosopher of 9th century. Al-Farabi, known as Al-Farabius. He was born in Farab, now over 870 AD, present-day Pakistan. Now, let's jump into 10 key contributions by Al-Farabi and see how they still resonate with us today. 1. Political philosophy. Al-Farabi's ideas on political philosophy emphasized the importance of well-governed society. His concepts of justice, good governance, and rule foundation for Mongol systems, ensuring stability and rest. 2. Ethical philosophy. Al-Farabi's ethical philosophy emphasized the pursuit of virtue and the cultivation of moral character. His teachings on ethics continue to individuals lead principled lives and contribute positive to society. 3. Psychology. Al-Farabi delved into the depths of the human mind and explored the intricacies of conscience and emotion. His psychology laid promote for understanding human behavior, philosophy, psychology, and mental well-being. 4. Music theory. Al-Farabi's contributions to music theory were revolutionary. The exploration of harmonious melodies and the therapeutic effects of music was with contemporary studies on the power of music in enhancing mood, reducing stress, and promoting overall well-being. He introduced 22-tone, double-octave scale known as Al-Farabi scale. 5. Logic and reasoning. Al-Farabi's logic and reasoning technique continued in fields like mathematics, computer science, and philosophy. His emphasis on critical thinking and logic deduction remains relevant in problem-solving and decision-making processes. 6. Philosophy of education. Al-Farabi believed in transformative power of education. His philosophy of education emphasized the holistic development of individuals, nurturing their intellectual, moral, and social growth. These principles continue to shape educational practices worldwide. 7. Comparative religion. Al-Farabi's commitment to understanding various religious traditions fostered harmony and dialogue. In today's diverse world, his approach to comparative religion serves as a foundation for intellectual understanding. 8. Theology. Al-Farabi's integration of philosophy and theology sought to bridge the gap between religion and faith. His ideas contribute to ongoing discussions on the compatibility of rational thinking and religious belief in political discourse. 9. Social harmony. Al-Farabi's in a harmonious society where diverse culture coexists is more relevant than ever. In an interconnected world, his teachings inspire us to celebrate differently and strive for unity and social cohesion. 10. Intellectual legacy. Al-Farabi's vast selection of writings has left enduring intellectual legacy. His work continues to be studied and by scholars worldwide, serving as a source of inspiration for generations to come. And there you have it. Al-Farabi's life and reason are nothing short of awe-inspiring. And political philosophy is his transcendent continues to shape our world today. In the 35th century, Eastern Europe, led by Battle the Mongols embarked on a relentless campaign, Vidit their way. The Mongol Empire, under the leadership of Sultan, had already amassed an enormous territory. Now, sight was set on Europe. Their power was unparalleled, and the reputation for brutality preceded. With lightning speed, the Mongol armies advanced through Eastern Europe. savage handful for their overwhelming. The war the unstoppable force approached. As the Mongols swept the outskirts of Vienna in 1214, the city faced a storm. The siege engines were assembled, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. The defenders of Vienna prepared for a battle that would test their resilience. The defenders of Vienna put up a resistance. The city walls, though battered, held strong against the onslaught. A clash of cultures and military strategies within as both sides fought for dominance. After weeks of intense fighting and mounting casualties, the Mongols found themselves in an unexpected situation. Rumors of larger European forces approaching compelled Batukhan to order a retreat. The Mongol, having come so close to victory, reluctantly withdrew. Vienna stood battered but undefeated. The aftermath of the siege was a grim reminder of the destructive power of the Mongol horde. The people of Vienna mourned their losses while affecting the resilience that shaped their city. The Mongol siege of Vienna left an indelible mark on history. It highlighted the need for unity and preparedness in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. The siege became a cautionary tale, a testament to the importance of defending one's homeland. The Mongol siege of Vienna in 1241 remained a sensational chapter in the annals of history. It serves as a reminder of civilization, the resilience of those who defend their homes, and the enduring impact of a momentous campaign that did reshape the course of Europe.
The Harlem Hellfighters were a remarkable regiment in the United States Army that served with extraordinary valor and distinction during World War I. Officially known as the 369th Infantry Regiment, they were one of the first African-American regiments to serve in American Expeditionary Forces during the war. The Harlem Hellfighters were initially formed as the 15th New York National Guard Regiment in 1916, trying to recruit primarily from the African-American community of New York City, especially Harlem. Like the African-American unit of the time, Harlem Hellfighters faced racial discrimination and segregation within the military. Despite these challenges, they trained vigorously, prepared for combat in Europe. In December 1917, the regiment was deployed to France. However, due to segregation policies, they were initially relegated to non-combat roles. The turning point came when they were transferred under French command due to the French Army's dire need for reinforcements. The French treated them more equally, and issued French as a helmets. The Harlem Hellfighters fought valiantly in several key battles, including Billowed and Meuse-Argonne. They spent more time in frontline trenches than any other American unit, and their fierce combat prowess earned the nickname Hellfighters by their German adversaries. Two members of the regiment, Private Henderson and Private Eden Robert, became first American to receive Kreuzberg bravery after they fought on the German in Holden Forest. Upon their return to the United States, the Harlem Hellfighters were celebrated with a parade in New York City. However, they returned to a country still deeply entrenched in racial segregation and discrimination. The regiment was awarded Kreuzberg for bravery, and members received various awards by French, but for over 50 years of recognition denial from the US due to racial discrimination. The Harlem Hellfighters story is a testament to courage, resilience, and the ongoing struggle for equality and recognition in the military and society. Their legacy is not only marked by their extraordinary combat achievements, but also by their impact on the civil rights movement and American culture.
Welcome back. Today, we've a story that's enshrouded in mystery for centuries, the Roanoke colony disappearance. This unsolved historical enigma has baffled researchers, historians, and explorers alike for over 4 centuries. Our story begins in 1587 when English settlers, led by John White, established the Roanoke colony in present-day Roanoke Island, North Carolina. The colony was meant to be a stepping stone for intercolonization in the New World. Now, things seemed promising initially, despite the resources of England. John White, the colony's had to return to it for more supplies, but due to the Anglo-Spanish War. When he finally returned to Roanoke in 1590, he discovered chilling mystery. The entire colony had disappeared without a trace. Buildings were abandoned, and the word Croton was carved into a fence post. This cryptic message suggested that the colonists might have sought refuge with Croton tribe, but their fate remains unclear. Numerous theories have emerged over the years to explain the Roanoke colony's disappearance. Some speculate that they were absorbed by local Native American tribes, others believe they may have fallen from targets or colonists. The mystery with the Croton tribe involvement. What say it or simply a clue left behind by vanished colonists? Even today, experts continue to set clues after logical digs on Roanoke Island are ongoing. DNA testing has been conducted on the colonists in the hope of uncovering secrets of their fate. But as now, the Roanoke colony disappeared for remaining history's greatest unsolved mysteries, leaving us with more questions than answers. What do you think of the Roanoke colonists?
The sea disappeared tonight. In the heart of South America, where great wars swallowed the land, lie remains of one of the greatest civilizations ever known. Mayans, astronomers, architects, mathematicians, kings. Today, their city stands silent, their people gone. An empire that should start, fall into ruin suddenly. Why did they hide temples, their houses, sacred texts, without final word? Was it a cataclysm, or a hunch of the gods they would vowly worship? Was it even darker, hidden far beneath the soil of Nile? Long the mighties of Europe or Asia rose to dominance, the Maya had already charted the heavens. They built monumental cities along the star, invented the calendar system, and developed one of the first true Vedic systems of ancient old. Their facts included the concept of zero, centuries before it appeared elsewhere. Their knowledge of astronomy arrived that of civilization half a world away. Right, between 250 and 900 AD, Mayan world with tapestry of dozens of city-states, each ruled by kings and priests, each vying for power, prestige, and favor of gods. But then something changed. Across Sutherland, Mayan is the one team with life began to wither. Pyramids were left half-built, the world tombs purely empty. Sign of warfare. drought carved on record, best migrations to the northern highlands. Jibble Kraken, swallow the city's whole, erasing centuries of achievement in a matter of decades. But the following is a great unsolved mystery.
Today, we're going to dive into the fascinating story of vital figures in ancient India. It's in the story of Chanakya. Chanakya, also known as Vishnugupta, was born 331 BC in the ancient city of Taxila, which is now modern-day Pakistan. He hailed from a Brahmin family and showed exceptional intelligence at a third knowledge from an early age. Chanakya's brilliant dedication earned him a place at prestigious Hashisheen University. It was during his time at the university that he observed political turmoil and foreign invasions plagued the Indian subcontinent. As advisor and strategist, Chanakya played a pivotal role in shaping the political landscape of ancient India. One of his most significant achievements was Chandragupta Maurya, a young warrior, in overthrowing Nanda dynasty and establishing the empire. Chanakya's famed treatise, the Arthashastra, remained a time masterpiece on governance, economics, and statecraft. It provides detailed insights into administration, military strategies, taxation, and foreign policy, making it an essential text for rulers and leaders throughout history. Chanakya may have been a mentor to Vishnu Sharma, the author of the Panchatantra, a collection of animal fables. Chanakya's life also carries a intriguing mystical legend. Consume small dose of poison known as Vishakana, protect himself from enemies. The legacy of Chanakya extends far beyond his lifetime. His teachings continue to inspire and guide leaders, policymakers, and scholars across the world. The principles of governance and statecraft elucidated in Arthashastra remain relevant even in the present day. Welcome to our channel, where we uncover the secret of the past. In today's episode, we dive into the life of Al-Khwarizmi, a brilliant mathematician and astronomer from the Islamic Golden Age. Join us as explore some of the mysterious aspects of his incredible journey. Al-Khwarizmi was born about 70 AD, and although his birthplace is Burdura, the Al-Khwarizmi's native the name of Azam, which at the time was part of Great Iran, but is now Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, so many believe grew up in the area. One of the most fascinating mysteries surrounding Al-Khwarizmi lies in Semen word, Algebra and Kabbalah, which translates to fundamental calculation by channeling. It's the concept of Algebra to the world that they found in modern mathematical thinking. However, what's truly impacted the copies of the original manuscript have been discovered. Scholars have only been able to study Al-Khwarizmi's work through translation commentaries written by other scholars from mid-region. Another legend fact about Al-Khwarizmi is his contributions to geography and cartography. He was a key figure in developing the field of mathematical geography. His maps were used to travel explorers for centuries. The method was responsible for introducing in Arabic numerals to the West world. Numerals were used today, as Hindu Arabic numerals, revolutionized mathematics intricacies of the decimal system. Al-Khwarizmi's expertise was limited to mathematics alone. He made significant contributions to astronomy as well. He wrote extensive on the instruction and the astrolabes, which were indispensable for astronomers' kings to navigation. Finally, one of the most intriguing mysteries surrounding Al-Khwarizmi is the location and nature of the educational institution where he taught. Historians believe he was affiliated with Al-Haytham Baghdad, a renowned center of learning during the Islamic Golden Age. There you have it, lesser known mystery fact of Mongol Al-Khwarizmi. Although it remains unknown about his life and work, his contributions have left an indelible mark in the fields of mathematics, astronomy, and beyond. Hello everyone. Today, we have an incredible story to share with you, the inspiring journey of Sabiha Gökçen, the first female combat pilot. Sabiha Gökçen was born in Bursa, Turkey, in 1913. Her life took a remarkable turn when she was adopted by legendary Sultan Baarle-Hertog, who visited Bursa in 1925. She began her education at Kangar Primary School and later attended Istanbul Üsküdar College. These early years laid the foundation for her future achievements. In 1935, Sabiha entered Turkish Aid with the Turkish Association, fetching flying license and badges. Her journey continued to the military school in 1936, where she underwent special training to become a military pilot. She interned the 1st IRA Regiment in Asia and flew fighter and bomber planes in her military flight certificate on August 30, 1937. Her dedication to letting go unnoticed. In 1937, she was awarded the Turkish Aeronautical Association Rasa Medal, a significant honor. She even embarked on board her plane in 1938 at the invitation of Balkan states. Upon her return to Turkey, she served as the Turkish Aeronautical Association, a role she held till 1995. Got married to Turkey. She visited the USA in 1953 and 1959, introducing to society and Turkish women world. But her biggest recognition came in 1996 when she was named one of 28 to be named in world history at a prestigious ceremony. An historic achievement, the Guinness Book of World Records recognizes her as the first female combat pilot. Sabiha Gökçen made her last flight in 1996 at the age of 83, flying a 40,000 plane accompanied by French pilot Daniel Atten. Gökçen died of heart failure at 8 p.m. at Baarle-Hertog Medical Academy on 22nd of March 2001. The beach and determination, courage, and breaking barriers. A pioneer of the to inspire children around the world. Welcome back, friends. In the early 7th century, the beautiful lands of the Levant were gripped in the turmoil of war. Byzantine Empire and the mighty Sasanian Empire clashed, their armies locked in a bitter struggle for supremacy for many years. Amid this chaos, new power emerged, the Muslim Rashidun Caliphate. Seeking to spread the message of Islam and expand their territories, Muslim forces set their sights on the fertile land. Muslim army under command of General Khalid ibn al-Bakr relentless Spain, making their way towards the strategic region of Yarmouk. The Byzantine Empire hurried with the approaching Muslim forces and its army to protect the Bayan territories. The clashes of empires, a lesser-known story unfolded. Jabal ibn Alim, the leader of the Christian Arab tribe known as the Ghassanids, fested cult choice. The Ghassanid, feeling a cultural and religious affinity with the Muslim forces, decide to form an alliance. The alliance of the Ghassanid with the Malik force had a profound impact on the Battle of Yarmouk. As the Battle of Yarmouk, the united Muslim and Ghassanid forces stood victorious. The affection of the Ghassanids had weakened Byzantine ranks, leading to a decisive Muslim triumph. This historic victory opened the way for Muslim conquest in the land, forever changing the course of history. The alliance between the Muslim Rashid and the Christian Arab serves as a testament to the complexity of history. It showcases the alliance of cultural, religious, and political factors injected into the nations. The Battle of Yarmouk is powerful among the Indian white alliances and merchant places, and the bond formed the bond can forever alter the course of events. The Muslim Empire expanded its reach. The alliance with the Christian tribe was an indelible mark on the annals of history. In today's video, we are going to explore the legacy of a legendary figure in the field of medicine and surgery. Here's an interesting fact about him. It is developed over 200 surgical instances that events procedures. His inventions include terms forceps, scalpels, bone and various specialized tools for specific surgeries. He introduced new techniques for delivering babies safely. He emphasized the importance of hydrogen power and advised methods to address complicated growth in labor. He introduced standardized drug testing, ensuring safety and effectiveness made in full-use patients. He was one of the first surgeons to explore the use of anesthesia during surgical procedures that combined the Inventor group, which acted as sedative and pain reliever for patients under surgery. This surgical method to address serum loss, including the use of needles to undergo relief pressure caused by blood buildup. He introduced use of sutures, making the intestine sheet for wound closure. These sutures would over time eliminate the need for wound repair infection. He brought very technology, including tooth traction and recognize for pain and gut diseases. Prioritized comfort and well-being for patients. He first used soft bending that surgeons speak time to patients to alleviate fear and anxiety before undergoing surgery. He understood the importance of maintaining a sterile environment in surgery. He introduced the concept of using cleanliness surgical rings to cover wound muscle, reducing risk of infection. He was an advocate for med as emphasized the importance and technique of physicians. He stressed the need for doctors to prioritize their patients' well-being above all else and maintain confidentiality. Did know that he wrote a medical guide known as Al-Chief, the Method of Medicine, 1,000 years ago. This consisted of 30 volumes that covered various of medicine, including surgery, pharmacology, and statistics. He cited Al-Zahrawi, also known as Albucasis, the father of surgery. He was born in the year 936 in Al-Andalus, which is breathtaking. Despite his incredible accomplishments, Al-Zahrawi's personal life remained shrouded in mystery. Historical records are scarce, and little known about his relationships or circumstances around his death. Today, Al-Zahrawi's legacy is on as a reminder of the power of knowledge, innovation, and pursuit of excellence. His contribution to the field of medicine to inspire medical professionals worldwide.
Welcome, viewers. The captivating that takes us back in time to the violent period. Today, we embark on a remarkable journey to explore the life and achievements of one of his story's rich minds in Sina. Our story begins in the year 980 in ancient city of Bukhara, situated in Uzbekistan. It here the brilliant soul came into the world, destined to leave an indelible mark on the fields of medicine, philosophy, and science. From early age, Ibn Aran, as he is also known, displayed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He devoured books, standing in liberal rises, and mastered various subjects with astonishments. Ibn Sina's pursuit of knowledge led him to enroll in one of the most prestigious academies of his time. Here he studied under renowned scholars in the fields of mathematics, physics, and astronomy. However, it was in the realm of medicine where Ibn Sina truly shone. His groundbreaking work in the field of medicine revolutionized the understanding and treatment of numerous ailments. Ibn Sina's masterpiece, The Canon of Medicine, became an encyclopedia encompassing vast knowledge of diseases, anatomy, and pharmacology. This seminal work became a beacon of light for medical practitioners for centuries to come. Even in our modern world, Ibn Sina's contributions remain valuable. His medicine, evidence-based medicine, meticulous observation, holistic laid the foundation for the medical practices we use today. Beyond medicine, Ibn Sina's genius extended to philosophy. His philosophical works explore the nature of existence, the mind-body connection, and ethics provide deep insights into the human experience. Ibn Sina's philosophical teachings continue to inspire scholars and students around the world, encouraging critical thinking, introspection, and quest for truth. In the realm of science, Ibn Sina's contributions were truly extraordinary. His groundbreaking experiments and discoveries across fields such as chemistry, optics, and geology, laying the groundwork for scientific advancements in subsequent centuries. Today, as we celebrate the remarkable life of Ibn Sina, we remember not just as a brilliant scholar, but as a visionary whose legacy reverberated through time. So let us cherish the enduring wisdom and knowledge behind by Ibn Sina for his journey, with inspiration, innovation, and the power of curious minds to change the world.
Boom. One step and you change nations. No passport, no storage, just a white brick line that slices through a cafe floor and turns your latte Dutch or Belgian, depending on which table you choose. From the bar, the border's so tangled it makes spaghetti organized. Zoom on the map, a patchwork of 30 enclaves and get puzzle pieces. Officially, it's two separate towns, Baarle-Hertog for Belgium and Baarle-Hertog for the Netherlands. The pieces interlock like teeth on a zipper. House numbers where teeth go to make carry in which country front door belongs to. Belgium. I change nationality more often than ops. How did madness happen? Blame evil real estate drama. 1198, but look at land while a Belgian duke held villages. Centuries of inheritance splits and these matters left to dis on the fall. Fast forward to the 8 nations presto. On the inside on a Bavarian for Kiku. Daily art social experiment. One house taxes in Belgium must start nickel because the bedrooms sit across the line. Grocery stores that's sure were in the Belgian aisle. All the shops stay open on Sundays. Thanks to trade laws. During the 2012 curfew, half of the bar had a lights at 10, while come live a few meters into the Netherlands side. Keep the party alive until midnight. Look down as you walk. Grass crosses the beat or NL. At every few minutes. Kids play hopscotch over internationality. Their parent passport by wall. Couples hit borders, straddle selfie. Cyclists weave back and forth just a rat extra country hat on glass. Going your snapshot. Must hit photos. Storage kept counterage. But double got rich chefs sit in Belgium. House 19. Alley street against postcode of single saw. Manholes on pavement. Cup coated like money and painting gone rogue. Stand wrong and the litter tourists find a race. A rogue had won. Spoiler. And Even tragedies people ballet. Residents drag men to whichever side will first. Garbage truck make international trips turning a corner. Speed limit split from 50 miles to 30 miles stage in a one rotation. And yes, a wild scientific in Belgium one touch. The register truck desk exactly on the boundary. Heading is all disappointingly simple. Flying to Brussels, Amsterdam, then drive 1 hour to a bit that looks slee until you know it crosses. As to arrive, late afternoon hour, Oxford full of girls, invisible ink reveal itself. 2 years, grab Jewish passport down to the tourist office, and the shop bar, whose rapper boasts 2 sets of new facts. But neat not like wireless. Our improved border stories we tell ours. Some travel stars, other lines to the living room. Here and there turn play. Spend that cooperation Trump Kartagi. When they share from Port Cross league system, then the biggest distributes who side the fish, host mustard, hey the rest of us glass food. So, curious traveler, you grab up wherever rates your EDS. Add borrow to buck this. Hit subscribe from a corner of the map, or history hide in plain sight. Act up and highlight New Year's because unknown side borders end 2 minutes. So there.
For nearly 400 years, Ottoman Empire before it forced himself in Turkey and Italy. But beneath its gradually sophisticated history, let's delve into the more disturbing aspects of the Ottoman Empire. Here's a few of them. Fratricide. Fratricide is the act of killing one's own brother. It can either be directly via the use of medicine. The practice of fratricide was legalized to the conqueror because his father, Memnon, stopped over the phone with his brother Peter and used a jury to an interim. This war not 8 years and with the empire due to the shortest delayed and vision its Ottoman society. Memnon of the Hashisheen Constantinople in 1453 executed most of their relatives, including the infant brother, to make his son. The cage office. In the 17th century, the practice of fratricide was replaced by the cage, symbols of the princes who confined in luxurious implements from Topkapi Palace, leading many to madness. Extremely silent palace life. Life in Topkapi Palace was a skeleton. Substance was sounded by silence, communicated through sign language, and possibly watched into mentalness in those like moved for one. Executions and intrigue. The Ottoman government's willed power of life and death. The first cause of the place was a sight of fear. Severed heads slaves once. Palace was Romans, with pastoral of viziers and eunuchs. Death face. There is such contemporary execution by a named head honor. This face, matter of life for exile, was a group actor called the eccentricities. Mob violence. Answers also became scapegoats in crisis. The people of Istanbul, from the riots, would demand executions, influencing their mass politics through mob violence. The harem. The imperial harem was a ward of 7,000 to 2,000 women, mostly slaves, got by the Chanakya. It was less power in the strict women. The war tributes. The Hashisheen was a tribute of Christian boys, forcibly converted and enrolled in the Jandar Corps. This is the targeted in Section 240, the unique aspect of Ottoman rule. Slavery was difficult to Ottomans with millions from Africa, the Caucasus and Eastern Europe enduring brutal conditions. The impact reliance on slavery was the darkest axis economic and social structure. Matters and insolence. Despite its initial tolerance, the Ottoman Empire applies all violence against minorities. The Armenian genocide in 1915, where 1.5 million Armenians were killed, remains a hot legacy of the Tsar period. The Ottoman Empire's legacy is not necessarily grandeur and honest. Its history offers window into the intricate and often brutal realities of empire building.
Year 1492. In a single moment, 1,000 years of Muslim rule in Europe came to an end. The mighty Alhambra, once a symbol of splendor, peaceful island. Today, Abu Dhabi, known as Wad, has turned away. But why did this happen? What led to the fall of the last Muslim kingdom in Europe? This is a forgotten story of Alhambra's fall. Alhambra was more than a palace. With poetry carved in stone. Built by Nazis to the crown Muslims named Al-Handus. With Arab literacy, cynical gardens, and flowing motions, it was just architecture. It was an experience of paradise on earth. The north changed them. The monarchs burned Aragon but steel and united the kingdoms. They were to reclaim all of Spain for eternity. The city of Mustard fell. Grenoble was last. War in FK2. The siege of Grenoble lasted 10 years. And we started its eyes vanished, the girls bred side seawalls. All the last Nas game was cornered. In January 1792, opened this room. He handed the keys to Alhambra to Ferdinand Villa. As the guy looked one final time. His tried like a woman would defend man. Eliza Agos. Christians promises to the president. Moscow were printed hers. Arabic burned in pipe. Mother were forced for order. The golden name was gone. Not till then. Every card ball, every wood tells for the civilization that once was. The fall of Alhambra wasn't just the end of Spain. It was the end of an era. The story is still on. The story moved here, let everybody in.
But who listened to fear that the roots by Battle 1988? The Battle in late 1800. I went off, but not by New Delhi. Overrated with petty marine graph crime. With victim often dead, Hoffman. Marion Nichols, Anne Chapman, Liz Besser, Catherine Doe, and Mary Healy. Their live pretty short. The merge Wusa. Throat slash, D's mutilated. Precision cut until it didn't have many modern. Then in letters, including first details, where nature river first here. Maiden or immediate art. The press was in front of the world was winning. It not the effort that leads, but we finish in the shadow of history, leaving a great quest. Off with it. Not for a red dot, you find it not checked. It's a title. The story of Yakub such a tale of murder and beauty. It's a hard world, of society's fears fascinations. As always, we're wondering who's Yakub? Perhaps the letter remains old. Welcome back. Today, I am sharing an incredible story of Nusaybah bint, one of the first woman warrior of Islam. Nusaybah bint was born around E594 in the city of Vienna. She belonged to the Nusaybah tribe, one of the prominent Jewish tribes in the area. Nusaybah grew up in a society deeply rooted in tribal traditions and was known for her intelligence, bravery, and strong character. When Muhammad began preaching the message to Islam, Nusaybah, along with her husband and her 2 sons, embraced the faith. She was among the first women to actively participate in battles lost by Prophet Muhammad, demonstrating exceptional courage and skill as a warrior. One of the most significant Nusaybah's life occurred during the Battle of 65 AD. Muslim army faced a onslaught from the Mayan tribe. Nusaybah fought alongside many adults. In chaos, the Prophet's life was in great danger. Nusaybah fearlessly stood her ground, shielding him from harm and fighting off the attackers. It was saying multitudes refused to back down, displaying remarkable bravery and loyalty. After the Prophet Muhammad ceased to be upon him in 632 AD, Nusaybah continued to serve as a respected figure among the Muslims. Nusaybah bint passed away in year 677 AD, leaving behind a legacy of great dedication to the cause of Islam. Nusaybah later serves as a test of the fact that women played a role in the elites of Islam, not only as liberal and caretakers, but also as warriors and leaders. Welcome back. Today I'm sharing with the remarkable story of the also the battle of Spanish and sports festival. She served transport back in time to year 732 AD in an unknown sport. It's present day France. In one corner, we have native Frankish king, led by Regis Al-Mahel. And corner, we have formal enclave, commanded by the Fist al-Figi. Now to cover the room behind the showdown. The enclave having already conquered vast lands in Iberia and India, their sights are expanding further in Northern Europe. Standing away, the young Frankish king returned from the land in their way of life. The battle room, Charles and Frank started to redefend the strategy. He knew their best on the land. He go to battle and to gain high advantage. The French forces lead. They hold in a head shield wall formed their armed infantry fields, sans uphill wall as deep. This was something incredibly difficult to do the breakthrough. The Umayyad cavalry was resonated. They were swift, skilled, and mounted on powerful steeds. Their tactics were still deadly charge. Time and time again, charged with all their might in break Frankish fences. They faced a lot of force. Yet, the battle took an unexpected turn. The Mongol ruled with their unsuccessful charges, Charles seized the moment. He launched a ready counter and flanks, catching the troops off guard. Who will believe the turn of the battle? The Umayyad troops, disoriented and demoralized, found themselves defeated. Their grand armies conquering the new battle before us. Frankie had too strong, and their victory battle came to retail as the ages. While the Umayyad presence in the peninsula continued, its battle hold a further expansion in Europe. It was a battle that showed the power of determination, strategy, and will to defend one's homeland.
I am the death, destroyer of first. People saw that one way or another.
Oppenheimer, a man brilliant and ambition who forever changed the course of history. But he a hero or villain? Born in 1904, Oppenheimer's ill and curiously evident from an early age. He graduated from Harvard and pursued his PhD at the University of Göttingen in Germany, again delved into quantum mechanics. However, World War II brought a plunge in Oppenheimer's life. Recruited scientific leader of the math project, he was hard developing the atomic bomb. After the years of 16 research, Project Cummins test the first atomic bomb in a New Mexico desert. It was 4 times faster out of Los Alamos. It should carry more power than 10 tons of TNT and still more than 100 miles. The world's first atomic bomb had been detected. It was a move triumph and Oppenheimer thinks about that either.
We knew the world would be the same. People laugh. If you cried, we'll see it was sand. I remember the keep. Vision. His mentor Shoaib, Prince. He should boot him and compress him. They saw all the arms form. And says, no other combat. The destroyer of worlds. I suppose about that one way or another.
After the successful test, President Truman authorized use of atomic bombing after August 3, 1945. On a clear morning, August 6th, first atomic bomb being launched dropped to the city of Hiroshima, filling a particular city deposited sky and easily in a dear heat. In the post-war era, Oppenheimer's involvement with his organizations and his army began to develop the high bomb suspicion. First screened to arrest and was accused of being sympathetic communist ideologies. Despite his contribution to science and the war effort, Oppenheimer's security clearance revoked in 1954, tarnishing his reputation in the decades of prophecy. Nearly a year after having his security clearance revoked, this controversy is amplified. He finally received some form of justice. So, was Oppenheimer a hero or a villain? The answer is not simple. His scientific achievements were monumental, laying foundation for this.
Everyone loves a chance to dance. Even mob dance parties, stop on the streets are system and entertaining, but often struck with easy set their shooting in for days. This back in 1518. At sites of Black Vienna, a water during the 2 months. The Furkies, 1518. Fatrophy set is a street of her in Strap, Fiji within the Holy Roman Empire. Now her France, she began to dance, seemed able to stop, sing no matter what her dear her. There was no musical noise, but he whisked, pulled, and shook her body. Eventually, she lacked exhaustion. But once she rested, the intensity began again. It was nearly a week where she stopped, but was beginning of the dust like 1518. This one continued for days. For Fatrophy's not only one of it, the ordinance people were all up for dancing exhaustion, beginning to obsess all over again. People kept on moving frantically. After some victory, the instant the fastest alarm to the who unsure wasn't bought for activity. She was saying on hold, which meant that they fought the instant activity with eventual end play also. See her see us fought Morton would be illusion. Empty she was shooting fast, so it's a rush for balls that put down dance together. The views should slay, and fish should others, often overlated yachting, or the later of 18 busy bake. Efforts fascinate, the figures were to utterly 400 people. Numerous places was because stars caused mass drugs. The recorded in series until of 1518, was never discovered, although many theories and based on historical and ridiculous. Historians wanted the religiously, Semites, a Catholic then, could curse with dumping play, history and all of some serious hamps, and the repressed smallpox and syphilis were well-being shadows in 1580, Europeans also strove to be there for health and were for, but resources were limited. It's also believed that same pharmaceutical would bring us to area, who had debt, and in peace centers were punished by being forced to dance. There is also more theory that a hospital found in prey, Christus and hallucinations. Same take the quarter 1518 thus in BCS, so Francis in Tulsis then might predict extinction this and you did. Started us, known as Stonker, ideological disorder, system creates, paved by bacteria, Streptococcus, research clean demons, symptoms of Synagoria, such as metal, and report exchange, in starting of 1518, Strug, them football, and delicious, that the persist, we now have better tools to fix changes in the 21st century.
Welcome friends, Martin the Middle East, City Group and the Hashisheen Strug in hard legal and Soon as we dive into sensational Hashisheen, unpredicted motives, and legend that's random. Our Chen King in the 11th century, and Mr. Busby City Islam Court. Hashisheen, a fascist assassins, but loyalty their enemy leader, Sabiha. Sabiha is to have recruited followers of Paris in the Allied through consumption of hashish. Hashish, patent substance to France, is believed to use and bring literally every realm of fame. The Hashisheen know their uniqueness, concealing guys within their roads, they created to their enemies. The pubs are often political figures or hierarchical superiority. Their ruthless efficiency struck fear into the hearts of the rural paranoia. The Albucasis in the mountains, kings of their ovations. It inbred atomistic Hashisheen. Legend rule around Hashisheen's running met. He said that new recruit underwent criminal of his past, creating feared agents of death. The term assassin itself is believed to for Hashisheen, meaning use of hashish. Some tales even claim that Sabiha had a hidden art known as the Garden of the Delights. He was showcased vision parodied by the assassins. Political and shifted in empire's power of Hashisheen went. Their marketable methods and their enemies grew more organized in their efforts to eliminate. Today, the legacy of Hashisheen on culture are countless books, movies, and video games. The Hashisheen story remains a captivating chapter in history, showcasing the interplay of power, boils, and human use of any Monday. It was the beats continue to resonate, many of the secrets have been with reality legend. The story of an incompetent Sultan of Ottomans that sought to complete, selling the trumpet. Selling to was the son of Sultan matters in this hospital of Sultan. And fire, though literate in secret wandering first, he more in one war love and indulgence. In them, selling the power of foods of protection he drinking. Saying right, practice it, best with them and effect mistake, possibility of success he created to ability. Selection sent them 56 started fire. Same to departure for the consummate Paul's level. One was also by Marie and least brutal. Slim 53, open and 100 pound cuts a death of buying 100,000 for the one mother. He brought the character and personal role in guts. He gave Matthew authorities requisite court officials. He told Conquest Cyrus, the major police of the Hunter. One was Nick and Jane was the third way on the Ottoman in the Mediterranean, basic to get a Polish Britain's day known as Harlem. Third way the Ottoman Empire, marking the Polish years strong, several new ruled off and he set last trap. His personal life applied between the cycle of April, giving coach himself different article issue by his fire. Seems to end up all on off or believed in death for. We must assume that the orderly engaged ruler was trusted by his priests early by tending from the hill.
In a world where empire crosses, the center of Middle East was stage of betrayal. From the harvest animals of Saudi Arabia, discovered Untold story of Lesbroda, region war, and petty is changed forever. Today we delve into the hierarchy of the Ottoman Empire and the Jurassic Earth of the Middle East. Today with us as we unravel the complex web of the Arabic, the British treasure seat, and carving of new world order. Our story with a story of once formed the empire's crumbling, it producing our Arab ancestral histories. And for some more, the seeds of Arab nationalism was sown, errors of an Ottoman rule over it started dreaming of intent. Spa, the Great War, the conflict which had nations of empires. Arab roles of 1960 after the breakpoint, from Spain and Spanish, Arabians were 100% for us to the law. Built they know of India's strikers moved the rooms of Europe. At a British friend, the eyes of Untold, the secret supply of of 1916 how the Arab bandits of influence, is comprised in these areas. On this land agreement, France would hold sway on Syria at Lebanon, while Britain set sights of Europe as far at Britain. And as Palestine, this secret cities, an international administration would propose its species is cited of global contagion. Post the reach of Shell, where Williams Green boast the duty bow out, Swiss seed of Sutherland of the Route. St. Charles, the poet of the trees of the mission matched the empire. Iraq, Syria, Bern, and Mali, each so stubble, is so popularity, the map they wished to give beat. At the moment of Edwin folly, the creation was real, a decision would redefine the region river. In 1917, that Russian set state would bring a lesson explorers to make a home aside. It promised 8 areas of the World War I, so the seas of Ocean Lake in Jewish and Arab communities. On the Bushali, tensions selected, land, secret Jews, Britons, and Mullins, etc. of a growing and violent struggle. United Nations, facing Arabs, proposed in 1957 to punish the tiny Jewish and Arab states. The man adapted the shortly ship originated by the Arab state, set up in the best the dead of British planet. May 4, 1910, David Midway declared the attachment of the state of Wales, at 4th British land was set aside. Immediately many Arab states of the Arab War. By then, it was spun and added being the real to the defensive plan and just details of the Arab war state. Complicated between the strategy process with responses and the way through region the same. In the art of this newly born map of race opposed to time of it, a certain as connected as land is waves, from river to sea. This evolved braid up to this since a land born between trees, between the river and Mediterranean Sea, Crete and Great as the of it. Some, this level of Palestine to a supreme territory, a symbol of national and historical size of the land. Yet, for us, it's raised to depression, the sea elevation of little rock to get out of war is open. Risks of mercy and souls connected to the evolution native, wherever I rely on my linked history and meaning. As to all your midlet, rather than my mighty depression of union and the imperious rates in the conflict, is as striven with the verb, struggle, and the pursuit of peace as achieved. This is the story of Al-Haytham, father of Monks. He was born in Basra in the year 965. Al-Haytham lived to God named Osama's Versailles. From the image, Al-Haytham was cited by a war out. He spent much of time studying work with professors and mathematicians such as Egypt and Ptolemy. His path through success was not always smooth. He wasn't so tired of him, ruler of particular fate.
caliph would have been flooding of an offer which could have fulfilled. So he was present and arrests or punishment for many years. During this time, he continued working scientific research, including his groundwork work on this. Finally, after several years, the Al-Haytham was released for a house arrest that he needed to make contribute science. But Al-Haytham died in the attempt to home, Egypt, but Albucasis. But Al-Haytham's science achievements was remarkable that he's often referred to as the father of modern optics. He made thorough study of the through various media, and discovered the laws of fashion. He even did the first his most famous work is the Book of Optics. He was the first book to write a classification of optics and had influence on scientists in books and injuries. He wrote several books on topics such as geometry, astronomy, and mechanics. He also worked as an engineer at Fisher. He developed the new method for determining ratio of killer to use today. He is celebrated today as a hero scientist and a developing scholarship, and his work has significant impact on European East. As one says, the road truth is on but that is the road we must follow.
Ancient civilization of death. Today, we're diving into some of our shit practices of the past. What is the vision to aspect? Even the story not just of death, but of you, spirituality, community, upgrading the initiative, allowing medical sensation. Here, Egypt has complex method of every innovation, believing in life and this is life. Beyond which is just awesome family, listening on target by the operation of the world. We sell next to help bunch of Scandinavia, where the science of the romantic given rush. See more with the chair, test the zealous, to pass in the wasteland, they will continue being something forever. This ceremony on the Viking valor of the life. Under the mountains, the practice of stay barrels speaks a profound meaning of the game. This is the man left cautious in a frail of geology. This was short, often with unmistress bibles, highlights the principle of the honest and connected to life. Turning to North America, and agricultural savannahs of monuments over the dead. This shows filled with text, white let's efforts of culture, often can be run to sophisticated that the ceremony around sleeping. From the days of Egypt and Middle East, our approaching culture will be there, with the history and science benefit. These legendary practices and unfaded words of our ancestors who death also highly cherished and accumulated. And we can move above this issue, we can believe on, as also we understand our more and listen to the
Another thing for you. Tay, Del Al-Farabi, Rifle or Another. Al-Farabi, Al-Farabi, you can Barrett Nobber, in Sinigi, Prendek time. And let's start with the by Al-Farabi and see how this resonates with A. 1. Political philosophy. Al-Farabi's ideas and political emphasize the more work on society. To combat his concern and deal with the later of political systems, intractability and progress. 2. Ethical philosophy. Al-Farabi's ethical philosophy insight pursuit of virtue and cultivation of merit. His use of ethics keep by and build to equal and improve positively society. 3. Psychology. Al-Farabi led in the human as in responsiveness, taking top level and new behavior, people young done such and 4. Music theory. Al-Farabi produces music theory revolutionary. He had British harmony leads and very music sets to improve power immediately enabling reducing stress and mental well-being. He introduced 200 optics scale Al-Farabi said. 5. Literary reasoning. For Julian and key influence by fact, science, and philosophy, since operating and logic remains with modeling in capabilities. 6. Speech education. Al-Farabi the drafting power of achievement. His philosophy of education emphasized the political intellectual, nurturing intellectual, moral, and social growth. These tools seem to shape an educational attitude mind. 7. Comparative reading. Al-Farabi's commitment to understanding various religions for dialogue. In today's world, throws comparative research as a function for evidence and respect and cooperation. 8. Theology. Al-Farabi's integrating authority of theology to the bridge between and faith. These can group opening sessions on the mathematics, modern reads belief, and political discourse. 9. Social harmony. Al-Farabi's of harmony, by works of seafood, is more than ever. Incapable, is even there of substability, stability, and social cohesion. N. Lazy. Al-Farabi's article writing is illiterate. He worked in India despite the world war, so there's always bravery and risk. 9. Al-Farabi's contribution to Warren. From the philosophy of music theory to deep in teach our world. In 13th century, this involves in Europe. Leopard Khan. The Mongol Empire campaign leading the way. The Mongol under the leadership of Ottoman Empire. Now there's just Europe. There was and everything to tell you secret. Reluctantly, the Mongol advanced from Eastern Europe. Vision and for a long for Belgium there as not for position. And we not severe able to want this to mingle. The siege for a set and attention. The federally and prepared and test assets. Tens of barriers to sea walls with the hellstrong Molotov. Shoulders and military to outside for them. Losing healthy and valleys, the most found themselves in Albucasis. Root Lumber also took 2 pounds of Russian. The most second lesson for the Britain. The answer to unfitted. After this, a remark did come aboard. Billy and Mongol affecting related to their city. Mongols let a double arm on it. Highly thin prepared in the field seemingly in Mongols. Sea became a portion retailer, testament to defending one's own land. The monster to the end, where 41 remains in the strong gap in its vision. So the room crashed by the real those who fed home in the bag of American campaign nearly shipped Europe.
The Harlem Hellfighters were a mob regiment unit today army served shorter events during World War I. The division known as 316th Infantry Regiment. It was the first regiment to serve in the British for the war. Harlem Hellfighters were originally formed 15 New York governments in 1960. Joined groups primarily African American communities in New York City, Italy, like other African American youths at the time. Harlem Hellfighters faced racial discrimination as ambition military, but these changes showed vigorously, preparing for massive war. December 1970, the regiment was deployed France. However, due to segregation policy, they were initially relegated to normal battles. The term came when they transferred under French command to the Rebels Navy boards. The French retained more Italy, and they also used French hence. The Harlem Fighters fought valiantly in civil battles, including the Middle and News Islands. They spent more time in front line trenches than any other American unit, and fierce combat and fighted by Bernard series. 2 medical generals, Brian Henry Dodson and Private Roberts, became the first Americans to see a French air wavering battle after they fought German rain and fought. Harlem unit steps. Harlem Fighters were celebrated in the in New York City, and clearly education and his radio. The regiment was awarded the Korea Hero and Lucy Air Sparrow by French, but for 50 years recognition now for the US due to racial discrimination. Harlem Fighters were and approach, and the ongoing struggle for property and recognition within the military design. The list is not by the program achievements, also practice for rice and American culture.
Welcome back. Today, we've got sport of initially mixed with their own colonies terms. The Arts historian have researched the make law life for all teachers. Reading in 15 being listed as by established Roanoke Bonner to Mayan and Harlem. All these entities concerned for English colony in New York. And being seen crossing Italy with a Mayan music brought from there. When West Coast found to also place also lead and 4. When finally over 90 people in my policy that trees. Building father. The web permit, power of pump. The city at the ball is special ready for a tribe that from Mali. Even through over years building royal colonies terms. Some there was all by long name Mayan tribes, while others fall into half inches on them. The series of the road trade often. West was also left behind by the Effect 13 surface and article days in Roanoke and Auburn. The head to tell the voice not one looking to fate. Now, we're on the lip, on history, these mysteries, leaving us more than answers. What happened when Glenn?
Mysterious demise. Out of Sanaka, the Reaper's Horseman, I made some great civilization for them. The month, the summer, that's my game. Hey, just stand up if you want. Oh, yeah, stars. All the roots up. I didn't know. There's favorites. But all over. The guys, the punching guy about shit. What's the matter? The room's so nice. No, for the cities you're able to. The night will be ahead. Music on boss. And 6 point. And double the first room base was the input. They're not the zero. Centers for the altar. They're not on the last of the table bit. They're like 180. 9 world mastery of unjustice. Eat ruled by kings and priests. Divine report. Steve the gods. Now issues. Custom items to life and here's an apple. Roll to early end. That's warfare. Draw card zone. Certain versions of man. Jim Credit. Swallow with his hold. We can be able to number piece. At final, in every written on the street.
You're by fascinating for clear in GD. Being so shy. Yeah, don't fish with all recently seen agency of Tesla is about it. He from family showed still intelligent, there's another mediation. Now, the dedication places to Hashisheen. Story time university deserve little more informed efficiency in Bunt. As if I strategy to calculate the watch of the landscape engineer. Of him Sifian Beamer's decision point, the other from the AIT's Hashisheen Empire. Not yet things are just by Mr. He's Kings and Step F. The IC inside women station, Larry Studies, Adish, and Nazi, being a successful in leaders rap. Got to them to finish shot. The other thing, Clutch Field. Chanakya follow case gives me a legend. He didn't also North can prevent enemies. The last Chanakya body on Zahrawi. He's kicked into an air carriers, snakes, and both row. It's a covering the data was in just when he was a what the world up the to the path. He's also the technology, the condition from his life formation. Brings the lesson in this aspect of scripture. We're going to and the words in order. After the name, they cross the test but the terms and simply upgrade. One of the things starting to in Denmark, however, we have a chance is what I'll shake in ending. This is not our brother fight of more than what we have noticed change for itself, because we started with in the clearship about our areas. Now, so for operating sick in Dinofi and Curry, we can battle out and actually have 6 letters. You know, also on between very in the world, the movie was where revolution matters between concepts of death. According to the presented battle, he needs to get Chinese well. He boasts on the from the battle, which is a boost from the happy sessions in aviation. Not much to run the apples and the aviation initially on to the movie. Totally have a big passes to that, now super brave thing. We had less than theory of the whole thing. Although I think some of that work, it's not a beautiful elbow mark fees in the nice, strong, and beyond. Good fun. Today we had a credible story video, starring and being the development mother. He could remember that in 1930, a lot of and with by the Jimmy Fergal, who was in 1995. See how you have been in our primary school, and it's Lusu as well. These from the Shafi Remus. In 85, he took the to share an association. Happy little touches. And this is in mid-breast, so 86, what she was friend with Mummy. She took first aid, which is here, food for balance, and beat it on the set. 1987. See how the occasion and didn't notice. 1987, she awarded tech sheriff Sodium Russell, Sinfilla. He got a boy like 9 year old day. All her she said ahead to channel 30, oh she on 95. Sabiha Gökçen, Daddy on 30. He used to be a native to the 95, and she took the Asian wall. Happy Nation came 1996, which meant one thing to name Al-History, 37. Historically, begins with world record, the first film combat. We have to be our starting 1963, Fireball to China, by right to Matt. But I'll the AEA, a whole hundred remake annual when he sent Mark, 2000 Mark. Beat China to make a purchase in Paris. A man who need to buy a ship from the world. Welcome, friends. In 11th century, the land of the war. But I sing a clash, there was often struggle to miss in years. Missed this year, new power emerged, Muslims shall face. He read the message some as editors, Muslim force said as I totally. Muslim army, the man putting down Clipping, but let us campaign, making away war the being knock. As an embarrass, or every approach Muslim forces, I designed to protect Byzantine territory. And the clash of the mice, listen to Untold. Child Malik, the leader of the British Arab and physical base. Business, the cultural initiative of Muslims is different less. The later asked Muslim forces to front on the block. The Muslim for Yarmouk, 90 Muslim forces to victories. Conceded that we are attaining the British Muslim camp. The British put away the Muslim still left for a Bengal victory. The Muslim smashed in place and Arab does destined to make the history. She be silenced to cultural religion with this destiny in those. Battle of Yarmouk, my history is ever more. Less than front by the unfortunate topic for all the board events. As a Muslim have the beach, the lines of which are rise after the Islamic city. We're with the leader of Western history. There are several Dialogue was research with the US tissue. He needed good defenses, out on top, Russell School history. True Peggy's for the Pacific. He has protection worship the data to work against Obium. He to the house and better that very safe and for the users. The first with 40 US issues are circles and brute. Check the dead in European nursery. The vital methods were lost in use field to your bummer buffalo. Two new packages made stitched before butcher. These two is all on the linear and full every written name. The first instance in the new brush and makes certain of these. Prioritize number of dishes. He versus something comments to speak patients the feeling for the brewery. He the bottom maintain self and recipe. He did concepts in the interpretation rooms that we reason for the strong accurate medical evidence I the embedding of this. He tried to square better being working all as being actually. And glad collecting what actually blended and more serious. So his typical number side of the university for value interest. Middle, alright, all on the sources. Father Mars surgery. Was born in 1930s, which is the same. Size school, out of personal mission entry. Historical writer, was up his relative, their dad is around path. Dick overall feels on his mind about knowledge, information, and particular. If used to continue by professional for all.
All the years of giving tales at time for first today, we mark an article for life and even some of historical science is our story begins in the ancient city of the British Sun. See the real in world, that's even to learn the philosophy and science. Primarily, in the book, since he also explains his first knowledge, he evaluates and specializes in master various subjects with it was going to know that in the most academy of physics, except for answers and the old max physics timing. Or, with no business, versus Julia, the Amber Norton field of emotions, understanding, and skills. In center beast, they can have sent with medicine and with animal disease, anatomy, marble, similar, hemoglobin for mixers for serious stuff. In Amber, it's the infusion to me, like, his and this documents, and political data that the of using. The unseen seems to say the philosophy, this is our order as a system, and ethics providing to the figures. This is inspired gold into war, encourage growth, action, and wisdom. In one eyes, this is how you exploring. His number serves his field, such as Henry Optics, Dutch on workers, certificates of the districts. The S of Life Dina, as a billion as billionaire, explorates Rana. So let Aaron in the knowledge of by Dina for his participation, innovation, power of his knowledge world.
One step, you change nations. Last one, security, so I line the slots of capital and turns my head up, penalty use. Well, talk, the board of hand, headquarter. Zona, after 30 until 10 of the process. She's there, Baarle, Belgium, Baarle-Hertog, the least not like the other. I saw her looking at the hair, no chance for trouble. Oh, and she's now wrong dots. But it is mess and evil with the drama. 1188, the backboard format of two headless. Cindy Harris, and Mela Discord of the song. That's 48 of Newton, and I can not unlace some very big Shin Coop. He likes Arslan, Arsenal's term. My taxes, available to the code, because every line. There's she sorts of fires on the Nile, while Chelsea on Sunday, for T-ball. For the 21 code curfew, half a bar that slides at him. Because liberty, you need to do that. T part of London, midnight. Look at all, breakfast is the and I'll take there, you mean, kill a hot dog, or an amount and package by wall. Couple holes, I will sell, so sweet and force brackets, I can trouble us. 2 and you must hit focus. Door, the touch, the guy, the virgin, I was making, I will see her do things. That was on the map, outline on the Mongol, stand on you, would the from the single report line, so the package, you will be at the side, into the first, our trade, cash, see limits from 50, 30 line, in the one bio, and yes, a couple of styles, one element dish, British art, that's the end. Finger on the flames, not much blood, and those are what else. Later in the war, that's nice, or order, like the thing, so we're going to grab do agents and the process, top of the bar, who heard 2 sets of new tracks. Being mobilized class. Only whose borders or house, Snap Star, but I'm done on through England. Here, Smith, Green, Hockey, the nature of 4 2 cousins, either with side fish, mustard, a breath of last 2. If it goes fair to be my chest, have borrowed the device, it's a star horse map where he hides in a side, and I'm on 2 years, time to cycles and the moon,
Really from the full study room, in the Atlantic text history, it's the listener always the guest of the Maya. Is there? And I, Prophecy, the King's of but directly by the listen, the different delay by Mr. Opera, the suffer more, so the focus of seeing, new century of time. This was a station, we the Maya, just everything fit, addition, it's so just in the bed. Emperor, our capital wasn't only full century, execute much of semblance, not getting well, who learning as before. Catch Carvis. His anti-lecture, the practice of Rasmus, present age, the test often consists of non-natural within the complex, meaning nothing. It is sent this way. Often this process was this is only science, really flying wood, that's much, you will stimulate language offer. Execution easy. After with the power of there, the first also the place, the seal of the it's contained was passing great, we put them in the elements. First, in this function, can never add there, set execution, having other, separate other reports, was the set of the nice electricity. Moment. Ideas often keep sacred securities, they put from the rights, beyond their abuse, from the empire politics, from the people who have sort of down, out of the offices, down to the vacuum, so they got under suspicion. The babies. The Tennessee was the criminals, forced and the Roman initial the sister, 21 age 548, was the insect sorrow. Sleep. Sailor scroll of itself, the means from Africa, all this and these more ancient British, the United National Sailor was to have the Indian structure. As yes, mean towards. Starting towards, the net by some cloud desires, the ancient society for but one primary meaning, and also the period. Not the memoirs led it, sometimes she ran and others, history, often known the interest and off-route now is mild.
Smart years of longer women. The night runs in Saturday, take to a mile up better. But I fall in the the rascal hamsal. The boy is the race to the moon. When every key to runs low down, it was protect the spirit of paradise on earth. The North Anglican. Alex from there, the seal, United States. There are 3 months. The mother was fell. But was last. More than he. Mr. Allen here. I'm sorry, I've just Brazil. Bill Master. I guess I can't do over it. He did it to his own. And that's all my mind. Let's keep on looking again. Long left history. There's not some chance. Honor and just. There's some pies. But or turkey. Go to but Berlin. Terrible. I would not also silly on this. Bob will chance to say. We here. Go eat. Still on. This future. Yeah. Listen, watch your little numbers. Please see what not my life. But if you read from the building for the farm. Finish. Is it? Hello. Never. I have research. Most policy. Since I said do it. Meals clean for when you prefer it. Then let me leave it. Since it was. This means that she now says we need to after we want it. We finally are. The solution is held in the of in the process thing. I think we want to that is system. Today I'm sharing the incredible to make the first one of his son. You see the needs all and give I need to me. Child the video never do trust it. You know his son being probably in some of her resilience rate and probably might be in the labor along with her 2 months make fat. Number 15 could be part of the tables I probably want to say that's for conceal away. When from the native stuff culture who are in space family. I'm sorry, but face into the main cross right 6 4 7 task. It chaos of flight of danger. I never listen back to the farmer things the space is animal to refuse by out the name of very loaded. I'm from happy to pass his circulate using these as a figure of the muscles. In Baarle he sent email secret called Islam. This is like a head of the wind it's called in the Islam. I'm saying it is first twice. Okay, Dash your motor paddle boats and that boy side of safety. To them go back and the other to see in the tour. We have the fun. You can't even teach them there goes Neil, we have it mark car idea. And let's come to the station now. You might have all the cars and you can place it to anywhere. But still you can see the land there. As a as a transport by in the they live us later. You go back to you can we face it. They all the shield in the shield step in the wall. This time they ready to the upper river. The knife will not a swift man of these. Explain much. To him after the aim proficiency. That is just 4. See who can is all done. The only which can hang Bruce up was the reason about he was sorry from the feet bringing things your guard. Finishing from the battle engine had 23 days. 1 month is made into the battle of
Now I'm going to disturb us. I suppose all that matter.
Spread promote ratio to 2.5 third at 5. The Doom links fed on network will rotate Roger. Every success season of the data in zero. That's all. One long little is not the heart of this. First cliche repair, which is a big promise lead. A push start more on the bit in 94 and taking major data controls. This new thing is a good product. This controls in our final receipt for justice. So we're all here or these are intel. This is a length relation of the chance to even pass the same side thing. But if you start to see that link for this, so 50 SB sounds like 50 walk up from him. First to feel from the instructions of the free woman our fronts. She and us seem like no to the new voice. What should you do? Chat to but what should fancy that again. We will push but we will not go theater. So the best for talking of it. The don't from the game story. The new often the commentary. The some fun stage. You are just more of the text. Version 8 particular. From the exactly potentially in the calculator for the research because the building is the gives you the last we like actions now that the other day in 15 by as if interact formal. New size and receive support the series play 50% the numbers and decimal and that's is being considered as much as that because it does not serious customers and bring the sort of this moving to 58 pins of course yes but but to the this next edition first reset out and these mice pushed and force months as the make it as the down just as a significant cause of any space but in sense that may I play 50 uses smart and synergy in also synergy is saying that it took as we need to synergy so much making it that changes on you this only feeling things but the written this but it is now better to the is 20 friends in ideal is theory that you have to make a half of the intro what's like this all that is algebra I'm going to intro it saying is feel you can see us let's work the ring it stands up as a category set of what was happening on the principle hash teach them to reference was a little bit of the hashing of them habits we have those in the course the top world cooking practice about region it's just quite harmless legal way for parent so for the time to depends on the orders the BBC regime through these rings who's the person what using this test bring getting them doesn't have to be the right in the hash tell you that so hey my god likes we dressing practice latin it's the magic that hash the truth is also very more than they're doing it the best change in the bottle can be the next surely adding magic rooms dirty of how we use just in the lazy set my ideas and the thing we lead the we and often on the answers to see that these are some of the mental host we talk things to their evidence we'll do it in the in the specific say not what they look at it just as simple to complete then I put in the other aim at the same thing we to the are from as rules so I think on one never about some on because of the single check right person let my door see that things about but no later what must be very relevant the don't form better get us really the does the penalty the graduate through started to more projects so what's I will continue this capital doing this to see by so leave it for for easy to the legal instructor by reason the the building has once possessed the safely. Not at all to the bread, is not all less but short and similar change well. The ladies also nice item and fatty the monitors. Save us in reference to the appropriate to see at Harvard world. As we been with Orion, Untold, Imahouse, Inclusive Los and Old Street. At the Sea Passion System, we found some low ideas that we made it in. Star, Rebel, figure to the very nation of the Arrow and ECB after point, with tendency for the remain process of overload, but the open seals drivers for the elevation effect dies the spacing of release the hard and so many areas. On some degree, run to so on or resistance of the at a time, the safety and installations code is designed to open it. And we do it, let it so the process of the phase. Design building, the needs to ask image magic. Sure, certain, how you heard, this also, the past me. Now knows on a most solid ratio of the beyond through. In its pressure sensation, we're going to order and good it must be living well, one to see the real which is. But it's had tendency, but it takes protected beings going higher level. The unit 8 base is problematic to appears on the shoulder set. And that's by the ship, it's show this again bringing me. When the name is the place actually is right, a board money speed. The leading number of the radio. I can connected in real estate, you not and catches Steve and real services. But when they take time crisis, it's real broken today. My new map wastes time off, so the is nice property. It's okay for each of us and talking to the masses to the real estate, brothers passive. There's a bit more has equal to the people and narration cost of that. Brothers, the rest is the generation, see the mutual able to tell all this. It must convert into a basic massive, the reward taking on map section and me. The sort of millies, map by the nice structure, the sure is massive, as a rule of its struggle, and necessary BCPG. This is really no, politics. Even more the next after the compilation of the leader. Where each Al-Haytham says by the market. He's actually starting must face fathers and visions, stupid as it. Success space, he was also back in this full take care. Careful central thing on which he could fall. Who was the best before just mayor? Who was he needs his English, even standing on this. But after that, it's nothing but that came back to computer science. In all you see no just because he is up. Even himself was report, seems to as a father from this. He makes a very mention of the picture, he's more for it. He makes it more. To convert seal codex. front, nearly centered the old of the return before. The air and missing by flash bronze of natural stress remains. But the boss new Harimash, Mother shout out. Even to understand the Mother says on the last. Mother might be able to not bond looking maybe to see him. Is that really when you heard Mother boss from merit? This is the story for it. All you looks in our brain get face shots. That is the leading to this is beautiful tonight. The last guess will be most found by the this is the young cleaning of the source to conduct things and to find is a great world in the brain process. Nice to much like natural justice and cooks. Each kind is very actual business of interesting. But he said about my have a never take on full to the opens. And the marriage is for our never culture. Take your full of the message. You're trying. Some of them to break. If you could for possible area liters. In legal way, it's a fire and the next showing you. You must send a response to the district. You search to the rips and go. I have him looking under. But you must you find the river of food. Into the finish. There is an enemy for using them. Each of the good time very very easily. I rock well. If you find that actually very very the pertains to line registry. You have to finish it so you can was on fair and side possibly anyone if you process all the the probability of better than you and never find the best research project sex said as also for Mars one university and see Disney it as a relationship for very little knowledge so just like that take as less under probability and to up to best fire after what the doors actually is back at the honorable people finish and this is are being named to parts in the is the world in still in the world and what it is probably the world and see something for yeah but stable and after this in the 2 million more teachers has not written also the random this time I've been trying to get a little bit to the race. We just can't be the technology and any problem. So we can be like first time. In normal, it means you now next time and look and what your place facts you. Young and seems to say like his work sort of makes and that's probably the first. This is what we should super world urgent and fashion and most business region equals order is not care for these sites and when kind of things subsets. Except more legs and we are not at least all there for reason. So that's really then that combines for information and how is not just work. Penny, back over to I to Lord to the no changes. Well, the was handled again. Now after not the gather rosy. She got a development so then is my team of the back here to go on to budget. She have us. Is that have any money I find what you have this and her so many big myself. Okay, in the first I down there some of the shoot. Is it all fair? I has no to those things right. She has right now about the thing. One to go about it and I say to do a lot. Look and walk past the thing for the national career for street. It was that I see and focus out every month. We're doing it. Because look at the finish up. I will see the focus up. 10 on the public reading on and on the field for training on board. So in pressure to play and into the first and live from our 30 months to the marriage and it's 5 minutes on the process on and on when long time I want to window that's how I want one so for this idea for spirit family and for the power that those desperate but not last I'm going to see how I thought that on the he had to take the pop and share across these in the three sides of the people side spirit of cable sanity always more than it is let's help here and over and what's there the form of the lab for some signals for the shades of possession of wisdom saying his it's a not really like process as fragments like him to contribute and to the focus is to use another it's one of the new user cities at the same the after possible for the action design is the of the okay this is the extract phase less bonus on the room from box he made it is impact like the comment set up some speed for much and please be there on the store actually the first direct the first set to say page will we talk on the event that is much that is the problem is for more of us will not exist but that's just this is more class but it means like small your room is the thing on the side of the GP is like it fix me she said she was never to just this takes it only this on see it's long to make our course and it's new just get us left to not so shit I said it's so hard to be my so that's like the image say anything or if you is it's not just here on my side it's just not so we don't think it's as well Thank you.